Anj. I just got started streaming. I usually start my stream and then go do a couple things before I get back. So, thank you for the raid. Hopefully, you had a good stream. Hey, Drianne. Let's say your name. You were too fast. You're just a little bit too soon because I go up and refresh my water and all these other things. Blinding when I do it that way. How I was going on. Pull that neck straight. How's it going? How's life? How was your stream? What'd you do? I don't know how long you're going to be up for on, so you don't have to stay. You can raid and run. You're welcome. I had fun. Drian is my cousin in real life. I'm happy to see you online. As I said, yeah, I'm happy to see you. I still kind of stream pretty much the same times every week. A couple times I had like almost a month off just because I was too busy, but doing this thing. Had a nice stream. Played Bloomtown. Ooh. I think I've heard about that before. Bloomtown. Why do I feel so dark? Why am I so dark? I'll blind myself a little bit. Thank you for the follow, Drian. What's Bloomtown? Let me go see here. So I'll take a minute before I get started. Because you raided, I would have possibly, probably spent a couple minutes just preparing for a couple things in my stream. Oh, I've seen this before. Oh, this is cute. So you're just playing the demo of it. Cousin is Jamie. Is that how you say it? Comment il dit ton nom en anglais? I presume that's like French Canadian. I don't speak French. I was just trying to pronounce it best I could. I played the demo and haven't even finished it. How many hours is the demo? It looks really cute. Good graphic. I love how he says your name in English, talking about how should I say it in English? Jim? Is it Jim? Is it Drian? 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 I said Drian, didn't I? I said it very much like American. Drian. That's how I said it. Like it was some... Sorry. But I think that's how you would say it in American. American people. Give me the thumbs up. Oh man. Now you get my American accent. What is this? It was sort of a Minnesotan accent. So. It's sort of like, Canada's little cousin. As Minnesota's just like a little small Canada, all covered in one little state. I like where we live. Like, I don't think there's a better state I would have wanted to end up in. Gotta go. All right. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you have a good night. I'm gonna work on stuff. So my stream is not playing games, it's making games. So of course, if you are not interested in that I won't have any hurt feelings if you came from the raid. But I'm gonna do some of that. I call it boring stuff. I mean, I need to do it, but I think sometimes this work isn't always the most interesting, as proven by the people who say they don't even watch my stream. They just come and chat with me, which is great. I guess I'm interesting at least. But yeah, the work isn't always the most interesting thing to look at. And I own that. But it is necessary work. And I started streaming. I have to remind myself I started streaming specifically to get work done. And I will say that I probably failed at that in the beginning because I was so worried about sort of being entertained. Now I stopped worrying about that as much, and I worry more about work. So I'm going to go over to my work. Drink some drink. and we'll talk about what we're doing. So my last stream was basically made. I just basically wrote all this documentation. I tried to do some of the development work, and then I realized there was more work that I needed to do. So what I'm attempting to accomplish is for our characters in the game, for Alterium ship, which is right. I'm trying to make their on-map abilities more on-map-abilityable. I really need to enhance this engine so it can do some of the things we've really kind of dreamed of doing in the engine. And so if I go into like Summiton, for instance, Pyra by default will have some core on-map abilities. One of which being this little smash. So she'll have the ability to smash and like swipe things, which will play some effect in being able to destroy things on the map, and also will be used for like pre-battle stuff, like if a monster's coming at you. It's it's a turn-based game, so it's not meant to be fully like action-oriented combat. But we wanted a game where you feel like the world is somewhat living and real. Too many of these 2D games that we see out there, which they're really popular. People love them, so I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them, but they just feel flat to us. We like games. Maybe that's just maybe I'm just dark brooding. We like the idea that you can have a game that is like a 2D RPG story-driven game, but still feels like the world is living, which you get more of that with games like Fallout and other Western RPGs, Skyrim, Oblivion. There's just more stuff that you can do in the RPG than just like go on your adventures and fight monsters. And so we can't incorporate all those elements. There's still a bit of work to do for a 2-person team, but we're doing what we can. So anyway, this is what I've been working on. Is I want to make it so we can essentially trigger things to happen for what we call these static objects on the map. Incidentally, these are like some of the objects here. Now, if I have any game devs here now, and you want to hear exactly what happened to me over the weekend or over the week related to this, just let me know. And if not, I'll wait till later and I'll share it. But let me just tell you, my effort to do this involved a really long process that I had to run, and now I have to go look at why it took so long, because it was insane. Anyway, so I'm going to go back to doing some of my design work. I do know now roughly what I'm going to do, so I'm going to hopefully not spend as much time writing documentation this time, but I needed to sort out what and how something is going to work. So I started doing my technical implementation planning. I actually came prepared-ish to the stream, and I think I figured out how I'm going to do what I need to do. So in Smile Game Builder's system, they have these things called events, which there can be common events, or there can be events that are tied to objects that appear on the map. So I'm worried about these objects that don't have events, that are just static, but I want to be able to have them react like they are events. So I found out, I think, where I'm going to make this happen. So in the Smile Game Builder code, when a map loads, I can't recall if this happens on every map load, because I think there's common events that are also always running. So I think it might only run this one. I'm not 100% sure on this, actually. But common events are things that are supposed to be used universally throughout all of the game. And so when common events get loaded, they're supposed to be accessible on any map. And so I'm thinking that for static events, I'll want to essentially, if a static object is intended to fire an event, I'll just create it on the fly. Hopefully in a way that will minimize the impact of execution of code, because the more of these events you add to the map, the slower the map gets. So basically what I'm thinking is I made these objects, I have the information. I have the technology. I can rebuild it. I can make it bigger, faster, stronger. I'm going to make an event, which is, I guess I'll have to make one from scratch. And then use those events, bootstrap it in this way, and even call this like load common event override thing. So I think that's where I'm going to go with this. And, all this does is it wires up common events, and I already have like a method for dealing with common event on a map or on a graph. I'm sorry. The graph is the thing that is used to execute story-driven activities. I do want to find out. I think I actually made like a common event graph. So maybe even instead of completely rebuilding how we do it, I might be able to just use a common event. Let me go look at this map real quick. The graph. It's over here. I suppose that would make sense, that we'd still want to use some kind of object that the small game builder system knows about, and that would prevent me from having to build it from scratch. I'll figure out how we actually did this though. Let me see here. General interactions, maybe? No? Are there any nodes in here? Actually not. Okay, there it is. Okay, how do I do this? How do I live without you? I want to know. I guess I didn't actually do common event there. Here. Global actions, maybe? Legacy, setup events, state branch. I don't know if I ever made a way to make common events run. Let me go find out. Common event trigger node. Okay, so I do have a node for this, which is just a game common event data. What do I use this for? Oh. Okay, so then let me go back and look. Do I have a common graph? Common event graph. So I do have a graph for this. Okay. So I wonder if I can just if I can just go to one of these things. Part of programming is going back and learning what you wrote, unfortunately. It would be nice if you could just remember everything, but that's not always how it works. We have common here. Battle action. So battles. General. I think I might have actually gotten rid of the common events. Trigger. We have event trigger, parallel trigger. What do we say here? How does this work? Does this have the common events in here? No. How did I track common event triggers? State branch. I swear I had code in here that did this. Common map quest. We have quest objects. General, well, maybe global events. That's a common event graph. Okay. There we go. We have a common event trigger. So this is a common event. I knew I had it somewhere at least. Like I must have not done a ton with it. I guess maybe I did. All right, whatever. So let's go find out where these guys are. There's the bench. There we go. All right, I found him finally. Weird. So this is the thing that would trigger based upon events available for common events. So what I'd have to do, I am gonna have to figure out how the trigger is gonna work. So we're gonna have to look a little bit more into the code, because right now it's statically configurable. So I'd need to do a common event that is tied to a map object. I'm gonna go to my notes here real quick. Common, whoa, typing. Okay, so the most likely approach would be to leverage the existing common events concept for map events, which kind of makes sense because they would trigger on any map. Because we're not, I mean, we could theoretically have different maps do different things, but no, actually we can't, because these events are like, they're objects. So wherever the object is, we wouldn't really have a way to override it unless we put some kind of condition. So the concept, we're going to leverage the existing one for common map events, but we need to create a new trigger type for map object events. That way we can select object to reference. Setting up. So in a way, what's interesting is that we could use one graph and multiple events pointing at that graph. Okay. I like how this is coming together. Okay. So then what we need to decide is what I need to decide, but when I say we, I'm just assuming we're all kind of trying to solve the same problem on our game. This is ours. It's everybody's. What we need to decide is what will our like triggering mechanism look like? Okay. So in the map engine, this is their own thing. Hey Gavin, what's going on? When we go into the override, this is setting up the data that's necessary to do the trigger and such. We set up advanced override. So far, we don't do anything yet, because all this is doing is setting up sheet data based upon the SGB event, which we won't have. So at this point, none of this configuration is necessary. Think about how we trigger it, because we don't actually have a node in here. I don't think. We have a start node, so it's sort of fast backward actually. Now that I think about it. Load battle event override. Game common event. So this is going to be a common event data. Oh yeah, okay. How does this work here? What you doing, Gavin? What's up with life, love, and the pursuit of happiness? You know, I forgot to set up my YouTubers. I don't get a lot of comments on the YouTube chats for live, but at the same time, if I didn't have this open, people will chat. I'll be like, oh, I missed it. Where were we? Okay. So the graph. Okay, common event graph. So the common events are configured somewhere. That is very interesting to me. If I go into my game editor, I'm going to have in script the common events. This is where they're all listed. And these, I guess I actually list the node that triggers it. So this is how it's configured. Okay. Which I guess I would have to do. I can just like, just choose any node. I suppose I allowed for story-based nodes to be triggered. Doesn't make any sense. Life is fine, love is NA, and happiness is in pursuit. Okay. Don't catch it. Like when the dog catches the big bus. Never what you expect. It's kind of interesting to me that I didn't make this a common event node. Then it's buy me a car, buy me a house, and I want 17 kids. Yeah, but why would you say that to your partner? Why would you do that, Gavin? Just chill out. Take your time. You know? Not everybody wants that right away. I don't think I had bench sit. Which ones of these have graph? Here we go. This is the graph associated with this node. Intro Dolian battle. So that's actually a battle node. Oh no, it's not. It's a common event. I would never say that to my partner. Okay. So pretty sure I had to configure this, but I think what I did was on any common events, the burst ability is already taken. If I were to have another common event graph, let me just make a new one. Vaguely remembering what I had done here. Guess I need to go create it from here. What's one that we don't even use? Status effects. Here's a good one. No, okay. So I must have had a way that I created a common event graph though, didn't I? I could have sworn I had a way to do that. No, I guess I didn't. I didn't put the logic in for creating one. So then how did I allow for creating a common event graph? Label text, inline button, create graph, show if new graph name. Okay. So that would mean oh, I see. That's what it is. Okay. So let's make a graph for testing purposes. Testing common. So I can always delete it later, I think. This thing doesn't do anything anyway. It's just literally Smile Game Builder's UI is so bad when it comes to managing events that we had to do this just so we can create separators. So this is just going to be weird. So let's go back to... Did not create it? An error? No. Bump it. Bump it. Louder. Bump it. Louder. I don't know why I didn't create the graph. Let me look at the code. It would be in the base, I guess. Create new. Oh, it says create graph, not create new. Damn it. How did I do that? Common event data. Oh no, it's there. Okay, so create common graph. It is supposed to be that one. It is supposed to call this. It does go to common slash. So what if I put it in a different place? Where would it have gone? Called testing. Yeah, here it is. Where is it? There. Why is it? Hold on a second. Ratsy. Oh, bollocks. Okay, so it's because I put it in the wrong place. Okay, I used to put these in the resources folder, and I never updated this code. All right, well, we'll move you. It's fine. So what we'll do okay, let's move you to the right place. And weirdly it didn't like automatically apply it here for some reason. It's also somewhat strange, but so I just haven't done anything with this code in a while, probably why. We're going to add a common event trigger. Now, I don't think I should have all of the things available. Right. So I can only do things that have not already had a common event associated with it. If I go back here. Like for some reason, burst abilities I have as a common event, which is great. So I've confirmed. Perfect. I'm going to triple check this. Intro battling. Okay, so that's a battle common event, but that's still fine. So let's do the intro word. Intro. Yeah, okay. Okay, I understand fundamentally how I had set this up. At least theoretically. So what we need to do, steps. These events set up at runtime whenever an event, whenever an action. So basically, I have to dynamically add these things because I don't want to go in and pre-build for every single type of event. So at runtime, when the character performs an action that will trigger a common event, it will bootstrap the event data so that it can run. And I think I could actually do I could do pooling on this because it doesn't matter what the event is. If it's got the object ID, it's going to be the same one. That's always going to be the same one. That's one great thing about this setup is we're defining, we're not doing like unique butterfly. You can be whatever you want to be. It's if you're a grass clump, you're always a grass clump, right? Conform is what I'm saying. Get in line, follow the rules, don't deviate. You heard me. These events will be set up at runtime whenever an action takes place that happens for a map game object. That's good for the goose. Oh, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Exactly. If so, logical steps. Step number 1. Check if the map object, well, if there is already an event representing this object. The map object associated with the trigger. Yes. I think so. So first we check to see if there's one right there. If not, create a common event associated map character. This will properly be a common event, but will have a coordinate that matches the map object. Hold on 1 second. Have to send a really quick email. Sorry about this. Trying to deal with something at the same time as everything is going on. Apologies. Kind of. Sorry, kind of sorry. But not sorry. More like sorry, maybe a little bit sorry, but you know how it goes. Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. One more moment. Email. This is my email face. Whenever I write emails, this is the face I make. You know that it's important business when I send emails like this. And yes, to the right people? Sure. Okay. I'm leaving forever. Wait, where am I going? What happened? Did I say something? Hey, go boy. This will probably be a common event, but yes, I'm leaving forever. Sorry, better get all your kicks in now. It'll probably be a common event, but we'll have a coordinate that matches the map object coord. So what it would mean then once we have the event, we will run the appropriate trigger on it. Woo! Okay. Note that so wiring events. That's literally it. The event will be wired via the map. the map graph configuration, which means if there is no associated graph, we won't be able to trigger anything. I think that's easy too. Okay. So first I'm going to say wiring logical steps. Any map object that will respond needs to be wired in the game editor to point to the map graph and node and the trigger node, similar to common event. Just like common events, there can be only one. Hey Mendoza, what's up? How's life? How goes being the manager person type, the leader type person, the in charge person? That's what it was. Highlander style. Okay, so we will. I mean, it's still it's basically a common event, so we can only have one of them, but we're gonna wire it differently. This will differ from other common events, though, because it will use map objects instead. Tough as always. Yeah, being a manager person type is pretty tough. I know. I do it all day. And I get through a day and like, I was trying to get some work done, but that didn't happen. Check if there's already an event. If not, do all these things. Trigger. Okay. I'm getting it's coming. The spirits are talking to me about this. So what we need is a setup for the objects to associate to a map graph and a node. And I kind of feel like what I actually want to do is create the graph and then use it. Do I want to make a different graph type just for map object events? I think I do. I don't want those common events associating with, my map graph. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a whole different type of graph. Great thing is that there's no information here that tells me what type of graph it is. But YOLO, I guess. So maybe what I'll do is in story graph, do like map object event, common map object. Do like map object under here. Some way to just let's keep it flat. I'll make a folder. And the only reason I would want a folder is because I might have multiple graphs because there's going to be a lot of map objects, right? Common map object or map object events. That is the most clear name. I've called it a map object event. Therefore, the folder is going to be called map object event. Okay, I think I'm ready to code. Woohoo! Why do I feel so tired all of a sudden? What happened to my awakeness? My excitement? I'm so excited. And I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it. Woo! Map object event graph. Okay. Sorry, I apologize in a way for my singing. The funny thing is, some people maybe would stream, especially as CTO, and you'd stream and be like, I have to be serious, or like I wouldn't let people know, or whatever. Like, it would be kind of weird, I suppose, if I was like a mucky muck CTO at work and all straight laced. But don't worry, I do the same thing at work. So it doesn't matter. If someone came on from my work and watched my stream, they would say, yep, that's Motzi. Same person. Sorry. That's his life. Well, sorry, not sorry. At least I'm consistent. So it's going to be map object order 1. Put at the bottom. Okay. So we don't really, it doesn't really matter. We're just doing this to like force some structure. And I think I actually do an editor map graph common editor, right? Okay, so we're gonna do map object it should make an immediate copy method where it just says, oh, I see you're copying a class. Just put in the name of the new class you're trying to make from this. Would that be smart? Yeah, I think so. Thanks for agreeing with me. All right. So we need to reference the map object event graph. No, I want that. What did I call it? Oh, oops. There you go. Story graph editor, and then we have this override that basically says, so we can't namespaces in story, which is fine. It does not contain battle, and it does not contain. This is how I did the battle editor. Does not contain common. Legit. Too legit to quit. Too legit. Too legit to quit. So this one even needed. Okay. So now I have a graph that I can use for my special solution. It's still technically a common event, but just like I did with the battle one, I'm basically just limiting what can show on it. Now we just wait. We wait for it to build. Rainbows aren't heavy. They're pretty light. What do you call it when you need a break at work and you go to the bathroom even though you don't need to go? See, the thing is, you can't. The thing about this joke is that you can't call it a shampoo because it doesn't make sense. The setup doesn't make sense. Like, the pun has to imply cleaning. Like, what happens if something splats in the shower and you think it's poop, but it turns out to be hair wash, the shampoo. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's not better. Hey, listen. No, don't listen, actually. Forget I ever said that joke. It was a bad idea. Now we're going to create a... Where's Ratsy? There you are. Map, object, event, graph, boom, shaka, laka, baka, baka. Okay. So we'll just say common map object events, right? Because we might have some special ones that we want to treat specially. And we can't spell. So now I shouldn't be able to create a battle event, or I think any event trigger. I don't think I want to be able to create any of these things though, right? Like I don't want to do an event trigger either because they don't work. I want to get rid of event triggers from these two. I don't think I considered those when I did this. Oops, star. I don't know what that one is. Not. That'll wipe out all those event triggers. And then I'm going to need to create the node. So we have a common event node, trigger node, this puppy right here. And all this is doing using game common event data. What is in here exactly? Okay. So now we want a map object. Okay, so we're going to make a whole new, we're going to replicate this. We need to use common event trigger base, but we're going to make a whole new thing here. So let's go to where we define this. I think I could put it in common. Should I put it in common? Where else would I put it? I want to make a whole nother. I'll put it in here and then regret it later. So map object event trigger node. Oh no, I can't include. Okay, map object event. Node. I'll just call it that. I excluded map object event or event triggers. So we'll do that, and then we'll call this. Oh please, do what I want you to do. Stop. Then we'll do map object data. I think game. There is a requirement here. What is it? Must be convertible to common event base. Okay. Game common event data. What is this puppy here? Why did I do it this way? Because I wanted to make it reusable. So it has context. It's a game data object. It has a graph, which I should probably make overwritable so I can define the graph that could call it. Right. So we're going to make this virtual. Oh, I can't do that. It won't matter because it's a story graph type, so we can't do anything with that. Trigger node, okay. Setup. Do I need this? Oh yeah, we still have ROM data anyways. We have ROM item. Okay, so I could reuse it. So what I could do. Is it dangerous to change the base type of a massive class we use? Should we find out the hard way? Here. Mess with this too bad. Is there any reason why I need game common event as the base? I don't know. So this has the event sheets. I feel like not. I think that I could actually get away with just taking all of this code and reworking it. It is a copy paste but because it's not really a common event in the strictest sense, I think it's probably smarter to do it this way. I don't see value to making this truly tied into common events. It's going to act like a common event, but it's different enough that it just doesn't make sense. So instead, we'll do story base node, and we'll paste this in. We'll include all this stuff, sure. But now we're not going to get events. It's going to be game map. We don't need this to be a T anymore. So there we go. And then we'll do get objects. This is just the slow part. So I'm setting up, what I'm doing here is setting up a node I can add to the map that will represent the map objects, which I guess that means this probably shouldn't live in common, but we'll worry about that in a minute. Okay. So adding sheet is fine. I don't think we need anything there. No sheet. New sheet. Yes sheet. Oh sheet. Disable if clone last sheet. Okay, that's good. On event change. Last game event. So we're gonna have to mess with this too. So we're talking about map object event data. I think trigger node actually makes a ton of sense. So we're gonna do map object data, and then we're gonna do. I think I put graph in here, didn't I? We did. It's not a story graph. It is a map object event graph. Okay. Okay. So now we are using map object event. I don't care about your formally serialized nonsense. And then we say if that equals null, which is fine. Create new graph. I don't think I actually made a create new graph currently, but I'll leave that in there for now. And then we need a trigger node. So I'm going to do private map object events node. Boom. Okay. I'll worry about exactly how that comes together, but I made a trigger node. I gotta make it public. Let's make it public. Why did I do it that way? So we refactored this so that the trigger node, it would reference. Oh, it didn't do it for me. That's not okay. So, and I'll just undo this because it doesn't matter. All right. So then we have a way of accessing the trigger node properly. Map object data, trigger node. Trigger node. Why is it? Oh, I see. I wish there was shorthand, even shorter hand for like get and set in this case. I guess it's not that bad. It's like, oh, just make it a get set and return this thing. I'm not adverse to shorthand. I just don't like ternary operators. This dot game event map. Oh. Okay. This should all work roughly how it was working before. I'm just reproducing existing code. This should be okay. Poggies. Hey, Tunic. I talked to you about your last stream. Again. I'm pretty sure I was talking crap. But I was talking about event-driven design. And I was like, Tunic's not here, so I'm going to crap all over it. I didn't quite crap all over it. But I did a little bit. Cages, that's what it is. Yeah, the launch seems to be going well. Do you want to post a link for a thing? I saw it looks like it's going well. This is the first day, so well, you'll know what the sales numbers look like, but I saw there was like 150 active users of Splody. Okay. I was like, what's Splody? What's going on? Why are all these people I know playing Splody? And they're like, oh, because it's Cage's game. Yeah. That's pretty good. Look at that. 147 players right now. Splody. Let's see. I'll just do a Google search for Splody. Save 25%. Splody on Steam. Get your Splody now. Let's get Splody with it. Well, yeah, I saw the competition. Has anyone won yet? Or are they still trying? Because if you guys didn't know, the publisher for Splody, which is Cage's game, and Cage's End, or is it just Cage? I don't know if it was a team effort. Is offering 10K for the first person to beat it on stream. It's meant to be a speed-runnable game. Someone has to have beaten it by now, right? There's no way it hasn't been beaten. Somebody has beaten it on stream, right? Oh, it's 10K for the best time. How long does the competition go until? I mean, that is a legit marketing strategy. 10K is good numbers, good money. That's a great, I mean, if you got 10K to drop on marketing, I don't know what I was saying, but 10K is a good number to drop on marketing. That's, you know, it's nothing that people are guaranteed. Like, listen, even if you're not a speedrunner, that might motivate you to become a speedrunner, right? Like, I just, you know, come on. How would you not want to try that? Let's try this. I think I already have a way to do this that'll work. So, 10K marketing, yeah, but that's like the potential. That is free otherwise. Well, it's free otherwise, but you can't control organic marketing in that regard. So if you put a 10K price tag on it, so instead of paying somebody, listen, like some streamers will charge $5,000 to stream your game. So instead of paying 2 streamers, really big streamers, to play your game, you just cast a huge net. And anybody who plays these games will just jump out and do it. I mean, I think that's a brilliant marketing strategy. I think it's amazing. It's like because of the way this marketing push is, right? The game wasn't really published, wasn't promoted. One big streamer just played the game to a huge amount. Right. You didn't have to pay them at all. because it became free because the streamer's like, I'm gonna make 10K off of this. I'm not gonna make the 5K or whatever, or 3K. I don't know how much. I mean, they can charge anywhere from $500 to 5,000. Right? Yeah. It's brilliant. I don't think that model would work for every game type, but certainly for a speedrun game with the parameters like that. Like, I don't. Alterium Shift wouldn't have a really good. Like, we wouldn't be able to do that anyway. We're not doing the, I don't know what you call it, like the giant marketing push method, right? Like, sort of shotgun blast the world, basically. Right? We've been around long enough that there's already awareness for us. So you didn't come into this with X number of wish lists. So there has to be some level of confidence in the publisher and the developer that the game will be successful based upon reactions from people who have experience in the industry. Which is, it's risky, right? Like, you don't have the indicators that it will be successful. Right. Well, I mean, I'm sure it's in new and trending, right? Because it's like number 200 or something in sales. So clearly the sales have been going amazingly. That's unquestioning, right? Which is great. I'm so happy for Cage. Is it just Cage and the publisher, or is it Cage and another developer? Did you say that? I can't remember. What did I do here? I have to make it an ID instead of a... Cage, Frozen Dome. Frozen Domes, wasn't Frozen Domes doing a different game? Mirando with the music. Was Frozen Domes doing... Maybe there's someone else. Still, like, you know, the price is really nice too with the game, right? Okay, loading. It's 25% off, which means you can get it for less than $10. Reviews are coming in, already at 21. Rating is positive. How many? Probably no negatives, right? That's good. 21 reviews is nice. It's trending above Destiny. That's amazing, right? That's what you always want. And it'll be people like Cage that developers will be like, oh, now I can do it because Cage did it. And they don't always think like, yeah, but there's more to it than that. Well, not Cage, but Cage and Co, right? The whole team. Cage and Frozen Doze and Mirando. But it's like, there's, you know, we saw how hard they were working on this. It wasn't just like they just dropped the game and that was it. There's like actual serious effort put for it. And it's well deserved, right? The outcome is well deserved. So, okay, it's not equal to null. So we want to do on event change. I don't think I have like a blink option, do I? I don't think so. What I need to do here is last game event. So that's okay. But what I need to do is like current. I need to get like the current game event. So what we'll do. Public Matt. To do it like a property. I kind of want to do it as a property so I can return null. It's great. I mean, it's great. It's amazing to see that happen. Things are good. Busy. Always busy. Moving forward, step by step. Getting story done. Now I'm just streaming little stuff because I've, any other time I'm just working on game story because there's a lot. Going to PAX. We just got everything sorted. We'll have a nice big booth. Given the pacing right now, so we wanted to have the game like near completion by PAX. Oh. I don't know if we're going to get it near complete by PAX, but you never know. It might be real successful next couple of months. Worst case, we'll have pushed the update for the 75% content. Yeah, Stoff was talking about that. But events are hard and they're super expensive. And we have good traction at events, but I don't think until the game, like, it would be better if we were launching the game or like this close to launching the game at PAX. We'll be pretty close. I don't know. I'll see where we're at. We have a ton of freaking testing to do though. Okay, so current game map object. So we're gonna do game map object data. No. I have to parse it. I'm just gonna YOLO this one because it's gonna be set, so that's fine. So now I can do. I'm gonna call it sheet.isCommon event. All I need. We had pretty good success at West last year. We got like 2,000, almost 2,000 wish lists or so. Where are we sitting at with wish lists? Should take a look at that. Does it matter? Do people care what wish lists look like? Oh. I'm curious. I think we're over 50. PAX is end of August. August 28th to the September 2nd. No, August 30th. 30th through September 2nd. We're going to be flying in on the 20th. Where are we at with wish list? We are at number. Drum roll. 0. Perfect. Well, I wanted to know. Oh, it's a good lifetime wish list. There we go. Lifetime wish list. Oh no, we're higher than I thought. So we are now at. Oh yeah, no, we're not higher than we've had some deletions over time and purchases and activations. We're at 53,000 wish list. It's in Seattle, yeah. Thinking of going? Do you want to do some booth volunteering and get a pass? We're gonna get a 10 by 20 for PAX this year. So we're gonna have a lot of booth to manage. So we're gonna go all out with it. So what was I doing? I was doing game map object grant. Oh, I also need to make sure that when I return it, I set it. So I want to do it that way. I actually want to do, let's see, private. Current. Hey, we might even have your character in the game by then. No point. I keep telling Jacob we need to make your character. I'll harass him again about it. Actually, I don't even need to do result equals null. Yeah. What I can do is that, and then we'll say but I kind of like the idea that it could be set to null. So we'll just say, just for sanity's sake. I think that would depend on football if I could go there or not. Oh, well, I mean, I get that. That is like that's when football starts up, right? You guys start doing your training that time of the year. One of my well, not my employee now because I don't manage that group, but he's a football coach. So he's always dealing with all the football coaching stuff. Okay. So this should be good. Game get map object events is fine. Copy values, false on event change. So this should be the object I want. Let's see if I can make this happen. Yeah, you are coach this year. Are you the head coach or assistant coach? You like the foosball, huh? I guess because your kiddo's playing it too. Uh-oh, something worked. What's worked? You don't need to put a semicolon there, goof. Assistant. Well, you know, if you can make it, great. If you can't, that's fine too. Understood. I got to figure out a plan for QA testing. Not sure what we're going to do there. We're going to have a lot of QA testing. Unfortunately, we can't, you know, offer 10. We just drop 10K for something. Low, hard, just don't make any bugs. Yes, you're true. Hey, Lopar, you want to go to PAX this year? My ear hurts. We've been to PAX East once. We didn't go this year. I like PAX West way better. If I had to pick one of the PAXs, definitely would be PAX West. I didn't really like PAX East as much. I don't know. I'm unconventional. That's adorable. Oh, I can't do it if the path has common in it. Okay, so I'm going to have to move the node somewhere else. What I could do is just shove it into here. Trigger? Variable? Where did I put the triggers at? An event. Oh, I see. So I could just put it in here. I guess I'll put it in there. That's fine. I did an event trigger as my thing that I exclude. So I can just put this down. Probably makes more sense. Yes, I know. Okay. Story. Is it story node? Story nodes event. Okay. How are you? The unconventional panda. How are you doing? Did I say it in a way that makes me sound like I'm genuinely interested? I am. I got happy feelings knowing that you're here. Are you still working on that game project? You were doing the porting, but I think that was done. What are you working on these days, Lopar? What are you doing with yourself? Map object event. No. Don't need the Need that anymore. Don't need that. You're doing sanity mostly? You're working on sanity? Okay. Where did Noah keep his bees in his archives? I feel like I just did a bees one. I haven't made much progress on sanity. Don't worry. Neither have I. Relationships are a lot like algebra. Have you ever looked at your ex and wondered why? Nope. I'm doing okay. I'm not sure if my first wife would agree with me, but suppose he's my first wife. I'm still married to her. So we're going to do map object event. Event map object trigger. Okay. So I don't know what event map object trigger is. Was this one that I made? When did I make this? Where does this get used? April of 2023? What? So how did I... When did I use this thing? How does this even work? What? I don't think I ever used this. I think I was starting to work on this and I never finished it. And now I've come up with a different way to do it. I think it was because I realized I couldn't just take the objects like I wanted. It's funny that I have this available though. That's cute. Well, let's get rid of you. That's funny. I'm fairly certain I didn't use this anywhere because I don't have anything that loads them up. Nothing calls the things. See? Do all the things for triggers. So I never actually finished it. Okay, that's a blast from my past. Back in April, I tried to make this solution. It did not work. Did I do anything in here that I felt like was usable? I don't think so. I think I'm going to just get rid of this. I'm all about moving on. Let's move on with that. That'll reduce my confusion when I'm making this map object. And then we're going to go to our... I'm going to go here. Yeah, so that was the only place it was used. Hold on, brain rebooting. What was I doing? Okay, so map object event node is my new one, and I was going to... Wow. Literally just everything in my brain stopped working for no reason. I literally was on somewhere on the track and it just derailed. Okay, let's reset our brains back to what we were trying to do. I was going to work about size, right? Size matters. Got it. Remember that. In case you wonder, size matters. So event trigger node has, there we go. So the size of what I was working on. I don't know if I want to make it green because it's such a different script. Stop overthinking things, Motzi. Why must you always overthink things? You ever happen like I saw the blue screen of death in my vision. Oh, Killboy, this isn't appropriate. We don't talk about. Hey, listen, I know you give me subs, but I'm not like that. It's just not me. Don't try this. Ja Jacron, thank you for the subscription. I believe that's a YouTube one because of the sound. So thank you. I'm just, dodging Killboy, who seems to be just wanting to be all up in my business. Come on, Killboy. You're good. You're good. Don't need to see that. I can't cover the front, so I'll just cover it. I don't want to see it, okay? Just put it back. Go up there. Just get out of my face. Ow. Okay, I'll just pretend like you just stand on my head a little bit. It'll be fine. Killboy's going on a journey. Moving on up. Okay, here we go. Map object events. Look at this. We have all of our map objects. So now I have a way to specify events. Perfect. Now let's just double check one thing before I do the next thing. Hold on 1 second. Let me go look at the code and confirm that when we select an object, we need to make sure that the graph is added to this as well. Because it has to, does it matter? Does it need to know the graph? I don't know if it even matters. Now that I think about it. I don't see anything in here that does anything with the graph. So when we do on event changed, we give it the trigger node, but we don't give it the current graph. I think maybe it's because the graph doesn't matter. But I think we should still set it. So what I'll do here is when we set it and we say last game event, then we're going to say current dot. I have to go back and see what the graph is. So game map object data. No, come on. You knew what I was trying to do. Don't play games with me. There we go. It's always important to clean your belly button out. So we have graph, story graph, map graph. I think what I could do is just get the graph. And then I will do like that. Might be risky to do that, but I'm okay with that for now. We'll see what happens. I'll regret it later. It's fine. So then when I select an object, I'll be able to prove this works. We'll pick an object that we saw. I think it's like rock 0 or something. Let me see. I honestly feel like I'm pretty close to what I need to do to make something happen when Pyra smashes something. So what I'll use as a use case, I think, is I'll run the game, I guess, and see. Or actually, I'll just go into here and I'll find a name. I'll find the map object and I will give it an event. No, that's not how you do it. You do. The funny part is you yeet yourself and you come back, but I think then you like go up again. I'm not sure how that works. I get yeet down, but I get up again. Some people who stream, they actually sing the music in the background. I don't have any music that like is singable though. I've heard the stream beat music so much so I could probably replicate it with my face, but it's not quite that exciting. I think my save is like around here somewhere. I could do bush. I could do a bush. What is the bush? It doesn't tell me what the bush is. Well, what I could do is convert the bush into a thing. Actually, I could do this. No. Is there a thing I can actually do that is... I'll just pick an object, I guess. 3D character object trees bush. Look at the happy little bush. There's a no bone bush. There's no bone, so it's bush 1, bush 01. That's what we want. We're gonna play with our bush 01 by going here and hook up my bush. It'll connect it. It's actually doing that because it's like re-importing things. So then we have a sheet and none executed from another event. So right now, this list of events is based upon triggers that run from the script runner. So I'm going to have to put my events into here, unfortunately. Because the thing is that these map object events will not, I'm not going to allow like repeated or parallel. So all the map object events, because they are static, the only thing that they can do is react to actions that cause something to happen around them, as opposed to having these events that can like run continually or something. It's going to be bad enough that we have these common events kind of floating around. So how are we going to do this? How do I live without you? I want to know. I think I have to go into the sheet. I'll play with my sheet. Because this is using triggers. So I'm going to have to override this garbage here. Okay. But I can change the values that we get. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into this garbage. And we're going to add our own thing at the bottom. Bottom. And I'm going to like be, so all these things are using like, I hate this snake case approach. I'm going to break convention. Am I going to break convention? Should I do it? Oh, I want to so badly. Where did I put the event trigger? Last time we streamed, I made something called like the enumerators. Let me see. I legitimately don't know what I called it. So in not here, look at all these maps. Oh, I was gonna say this earlier. So I found out a fun thing about my import process. So part of what I was trying to do with this new setup is I have to add game objects to every single static object. And so I thought it would be a great idea to completely rerun all the imports for all the maps. When I do that, it takes the Smile Game Builder data and it rebuilds the map that is used in Unity. So it's got to create the scene, like rebuild all the objects in the scene and stuff. Anyone, like, if you're listening out there, you know, anyone want to take a guess at how long it took to re-import, rebuild 300 plus scenes? Don't be shy. Just take a guess if you so desire. This thing here. Or don't guess if you don't desire. I'll tell you in a minute. That's me. Let me see. I want to find this enumerator though. Where is it? Here. Events maybe? Direction, event, movement type? No. Maybe I never made the event because I wasn't ready for it. Or wasn't ready for me. I don't see trigger. Could be in map system maybe. Oh, these are the special ones. So those aren't right. I must not have created, maybe because I wasn't ready to start or like realized that there was more challenges, which is great. Okay, that's fine. I'll go back to my list. All right, because I know you guys were all chomping at the bit to hear this, the import process took 21 hours. 21 or 22 hours. Some absurd number. What do you want to have? It was a special learning experience because apparently there's something in the import process when it's rebuilding all the terrain that just is super slow. Like it can make a map take 20 minutes. And there's 300 of them, so math. Incidentally, that will be something I'll have to work on off stream. Hard to test on stream because the build process takes a while. Okay, let me see what I have for my triggers. Did I never list all my triggers in here? See, I swear I could have sworn that I had made something. I think I had it in here, actually. And that's where I had gotten hung up. So I must have made it. I just got to figure out what I did with it. I just don't want to lose it. These are the histories of our changes. Like sands in an hourglass, these are the days of our life. Okay, so today was when I started making changes. And respawn. Maybe I never actually added it. 6-1. Let's see. Looks almost like I never actually had it in here. 6-1. Yeah. Map object event node. So I must have. It must have been a manic Monday. I wish it was Sunday. Okay, so I guess I just didn't do anything. Or I did some special trigger. By the way, I got a save system and skin purchasing put. My gosh. Well, you know, platformers, they've been pretty hot to trot lately. See that game Splody? They're getting some explosive results. See what I did there? So what we're gonna do here. I don't think there's any reason to have a none condition. Not auto. Hawk. I'm gonna call it interact. I'll just keep it that way. Is it used already? Right. I can't believe how fast you're getting this done. Are you like just not busy? How are you getting all this work done? You're not streaming your work. Maybe that's why. Or maybe you've got more stick-to-itiveness than I have had recently. Interact. And then we had... So interact is if you push a button. I think we'll say collide. And we'll say attack. So if you do something that is an attacking action, I think that's reasonable to say it's an attack, right? And I looked up about it, but I don't think he was super clear. Type of action that takes place. It's not an interaction. It's not a collision. Uh-oh, what happened? Did something happen? I'm really nervous now. What's F about? Okay, well, whatever. Attack, push, pull, collide. Maybe you did something with the voice mod. It might be a voice mod thing. Do I sound like a baby right now? Okay, it's got to be that. Anyway, stream died. Oh no, but I showed that I'm here. Look at my kbps are still there. It doesn't seem to have dropped. I'm getting 30 FPS. Am I still here? But I'm here, meow. My rates didn't drop. I think so. It still says 32, 33, 25, 30. I don't have any drop frames from my side, so I don't know what happened. That's weird. Sorry. I was like, why are you face palming? What happened? I got really nervous. Now I know. Apologies. But now you're back from outer space. I need to figure out a way to specify the sheet figure. I'm gonna have to make a new sheet data object. So protected. No, I don't really want that. What I want is this. And make that overwritable. Then we can make a whole new sheet data. Map object event sheet data. Sorry, I don't know what happened. I've noticed today that Twitch was a little weird. I've noticed that a couple times where like it seems like the streamer's fine, but something is goofy. Okay, so actually I don't need all this crap. Should have just made a new class and extended. I don't know why I did it this way. That was just dumb. Okay, Hey, Zero Guana, look at that. Forgot about that. This is a copied class, though, so we're not gonna put it in there. Zero already has a spot in my heart over here. You know, I thought I would hate this whole virtual declaration in C#. I don't know. I don't really mind it. I think as confusing as it is and annoying that you can't just willy-nilly extend anything. I kind of like the control it gives for specifying overrides. I guess I don't. I guess I could do. You know what? I don't need to do that. I don't need to make a whole nother class for this. I already made a method for doing this. I forgot that I had done that. Okay, so let's not make a whole nother class. That's just dumb. So we don't need to make this work because we're just not gonna have enough variance for it to truly matter. And we really like doing our else ifs, right? Every new developer, else if is their friend. If you ain't else ifing, you ain't gonna sniffing. I don't know. Else if is map object event, which we have to create. Let's go to here. Oh, where do I set that? I guess I set it somewhere. Oh, I see. Interesting. No, we don't want to use that garbage. Default it to false. We serialize the nonsense. We hide it in the inspector. Because we control it separately. Come on. You got it. Good job. Want to be supportive of my code base. So, what was I going to do? I was going to run. Let me go back down. Okay. So then we're going to say, what is this? Event trigger no, battle event trigger type? Now, if I were going to have to make tons of these things, I definitely couldn't do it this way. So on interact and on attack. I guess it should be attacked. Probably. On push. And on align. Why would you do this to me? I guess I could just say attack. That's fine. It fits the theme of Smile Game Builder just fine. Later, I can even use colliders to specify collide instead. Okay, so then we're going to go back to the sheet. This is a good sheet, man. I mean, at least I kind of roughly know what I was doing once I figure it out. I didn't have to take a lot of time to understand my code. I just had to get some of the synapse connected so I could remember how it all pieced together. Okay, so meow, I can go back to this nonsense. And is common event is actually going to be is map object event. Boom. Is there another is common event? No. Delete this nonsense and reload. Getting the shoulder stuff going on. You know, I really miss working on the voxel stuff and the voxel tires. I can't believe how long I've had this one stupid map. I had this whole fantasy in my head that I would be streaming and working on voxel tires, and I would just go and like draw a new map, and it would be so cool. And it just never happened. It still doesn't do free movement for the characters anyway. Still have to specify the character's position. Okay, so let's see what happens here. We have map object event, bush. Finish AS and you can. Trying, man. I'm trying. I want to. I also want to make sure everyone gets the quality they deserve of the game. So trigger by default is on interact. And actually I would need to make sure the default trigger is on interact. So I need to go in and oh, it already does that. So if the type doesn't exist, it'll just pick the one out of the types that it found. So I already thought ahead to that. So now we have the nonsense, the concept of a map object event. So I already have some code that theoretically could trigger. I don't care about collidable. So these things are gonna have to change because we're gonna treat these a little differently, but this is okay. So what I'll do is just put a dialogue. Hey, don't hit me. Don't hit my heart, my achy breaky heart. Just don't think you'd understand. And if you hit my heart, my achy breaky heart, I just might fall apart and be a twig. Now, triggering. Trigger warning. We have to trigger this somehow. So now I've got the nodes and the graphs, and I've got the map object data set up. I should be able to prove this by going in the game editor and looking at my bush, which would be here. You guys are okay with me showing my bush on stream? There it is. So there's the event. There's the node. Boom. Perfect. We love it when we're able to see our bush perfectly set up. And then manicured, if you will. So now we have to go from an action to a trigger, which I have not considered where this will happen. Now I got to consider this. I think I debated this a little bit last time. I thought I could put it into the map engine, or I could put it somewhere else. The origination of these events would start from the map engine. So what I'm going to do... Why is this not giving me editable ability? Editability. Editability. Map engine. Event engine. Parcel class. So I'm gonna go in here, and there's not really I'm gonna have to figure out how I make the map event engine be the thing that decides that an action is warranted. So I think I already wrote the code. Map event engine, the parcel class. By the way, this crap. So parcel class, I hate this convention. This is, to me, a very bad convention, and I'm sad that it exists. What? Why? So it lets me take a gigantic class and break it into multiple files. Correct. which means you've done something wrong if you're using a partial class. Okay? Sorry, not sorry. Don't do this, folks. This is, the downward spiral to the depths of bad coding. Never use partial classes ever. There, I've said it. I'm not taking it back. Don't even try. It's a bad idea. Okay. Trigger map object. Okay, so we have a trigger map object. What I'll do is, for the moment, I'll put it sort of like in theory. We've created a spot in the map event engine. Triggering, but need to consider the best way for actions to become triggers. I mean, because I could trigger it by just, I know what the action's supposed to be, but I need the character to take an action too, right? So when I have to have my external code, that creates the trigger, because the external code creates the action that makes the thing happen. So I'll have to consider the best way for that triggers can be run. You know what I should look at? I should look at how I did it or not how I did it. I think it was Brandon that did it, or Handoon. How it happened in the shoot ability. Trigger event action. Okay, so this is where I did it. Target event, trigger event action. This is in the map event. Oh, okay. But I did this in map engine, trigger custom. Okay, so here it is right here. This is actually in the event engine too. Perfect. I had made a facility to inject an event. I made it a little bit differently though, and I don't know if I want to use mainline events or custom actions. I feel like I want to make it a mainline event since I've already gone down that path. This is the way we created ability to trigger event from outside of SGB4. We could consider reusing this and or just using the approach way to trigger other types of events. I don't know. A little question. Let me look at how I did this, because in this case, I have this thing called custom event action, which is a trigger, target hit, shift in, shift out. These are things that are special. And I don't know if, this might be a dead approach. Is it better? Is it because these core static objects are more like oh crap, but it could be target hit too. I have two different approaches to doing these triggers, and I don't know which one I want. And you can't extend enumerators. I don't think. What would be the point? So I would need to... I need to figure out how I want to do this. So we have a custom event action, and we have the script events. How many of the places do I trigger this from? One usage. Okay, good. So 7 usages here, though. Okay, so we use it for a number of places, but I'm not totally sure if these are great. Okay, so Not terrible, though. The Captain Coder. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing, Captain? Oh, Captain, my Captain. Welcome, everybody. I brought the Captain. Is this like, you know, the Captain Morgan? Was it? Captain, some drinking related one, right? I don't drink much. So. Hey, Finn's Sifty Cat. Thank you for saying hi. Welcome. I hope you had a good stream, and thank you for the follow, as well as who followed before that. Oh, Finn Sifty Cat? Finn Sifty Cat. How you saying it? Welcome, everybody. I'm Motzi. This is what I'm working on, Alterium Shift, which is right here. You know, this video is a little bit old. Jormundur, thank you for the follow. Clap. Yay. I know you just finished streaming. If you want to share what you've been working on, feel free. If you don't, that's also cool. I get it. Streaming, you want to get off and do things. Not get off. You know what I mean. Do what you want. Really, it's your world. This is the game that I'm working on. This is actually a pretty old promo video. We definitely need to update this. We have a lot of different changes that we put in, and I'm just working on some of the core enhancements. My whole life right now is story, and then streaming, work on code. We've been promoting my game jam. Ooh, you're doing game jam. Learn you a game jam. Wow, that looks incredible. Big chrono vibes. Thank you. I didn't do anything that looks good. Don't worry. I did all the bugs. I'm the coder. Let's take a look at this. Better come take a look at this. Cliche. This is good. So I have had people come onto my stream and say, how do you get started, or how do you learn how to code or become a game dev? And I always say, go do a game jam. So this is, if you're out there listening, you're curious, this is one of the things, right? And this is a learn you a game jam. So I assume it's actually a recommendation to support people to actually make a game, right? Do you specify an engine for this? Let's see what you should put. Ratings, rules, ranked. I know it's like the whole point of the game jam is to just make a game. No engine. You can even make a board game. Oh, that's cool. Well, if you want to make a video game, you can also do that. Opt-in. That's really cool. Do you have a cash prize for this too? That's nice. What's the two $250 prizes? That's amazing. So what, Captain? Am I following you? How did I? No, I'm not following you. Okay, I was like, it said following since 3 minutes ago. I was like, I was following you. Are you? Is your stream based on? I muted. Unmute my heart. What do you do? So you're based on teaching. You're a computer science educator. That's your full-time job. That's awesome. Do you know Wallaber? I don't think Wallaber's here, but I'll shout him out anyway. Wallaber makes games, but he also is adjunct faculty at a local college where he's at. I'm not familiar. I'll follow them. Yeah, he's pretty cool. He's the guy who did Jellycar and he was a designer on Where's My Water, and he's done a bunch of games. You stream super early, but you're streaming on schedule to promote your game jam. This is cool. I like this. So your stream is about education, right? So you work on things to teach people stuff. I'm a computer science instructor who's been programming for 20 years and teaching for over 10. I normally stream at 7 Pacific. For me, it's I'm in the middle of the country, so it's 10:23 for me right now. 7 a.m. Eastern. Oh, Eastern's a little different, so it's later for you. It's like 11. 4 a.m. Pacific. That's really early. Streaming. Wow. So you must be super tired. I mean, don't let me keep you up. I appreciate the raid for sure. I encourage backseat coding. I am by no means perfect. You're not? You can't be streaming. I live on Pacific time. Okay. You have to understand. I'm glad you came to my stream, because if you want to know what a perfect streamer looks like, and perfect coder, I never make a single mistake, never any bugs. Everything I write is perfect code. And, you know, I'm hilarious. Hey, shut up, Mendoza. I make mistakes all the time. I've actually recently started working on one thing that I sort of pull out from my past. I'm a CTO, so I am an educator of people who work for me, but I'm a chief technology officer. Oh, thank you for the subscription. Oh, I gotta put you in my code. Okay, hold on. Let me immortalize you in my code, but I'm not gonna put you. This is a stupid place to put you. Let me put you in my new shiny new code that I was working on. I'm gonna just here on event change. You're a very changing type of event, so we're gonna make you this. We're in June already. My God. So wait, school's out for summer. Is that right, or do you still have some time left? My wife is out for summer. She's a music teacher. Thank you, the Captain Coder, for the T1 sub and the raid. It's so great to have you on my stream and immortalized in my code. Last season 12. Okay, so you're almost there. Got it. You're almost there. You're just about there. You've now been immortalized in my code. You guys will see me streaming and it'll be all over the place, because it's just... Anytime I get a sub, they go in the code. Anyway, I'm a chief technology officer of a small digital marketing company. We have an actual technology product, like a SaaS product. Immortalized. I don't know if that means you are immortal, but your name is, at least as long as the code lasts, right? No one's going to look at the code in the game, but I'll know it as I'm working in the code. Maybe someday our company will grow. There's only 2 of us, and some dev will have to work on this code. Be like, why do you have all these things in there? So yeah, I don't teach, but I do mentor a lot, and I'm a chief technology officer that also codes. I do believe that people in high-level technology positions should know a bit about what they're doing. They shouldn't just be managers, but that's just me, I guess. So that's great. I love that you're an educator, and that's amazing. I'll just totally unrelated, but I did mention my wife, so I'll pop her in here. Composing, that's her name. That's my wife. Wait, that's not. Hold on. Wait. That's her albums. She does music. She's a music teacher, and she started streaming, and she does albums, and just released her kids' album. What's up, Fox Hollow? Music teacher. Yes, she teaches music. That's her main thing, but then I got her into streaming. You went to school to be a music teacher? You know, I've known a number of people who started their careers in music and switched to development, and they are really good developers. You got a badass in music education? That's amazing. Because you're so BA. Or if you put it all together, it's BAME. Doesn't really make sense. Or BAM-E. I don't know. You must, do you have children? Can I ask if you have children? Is that appropriate? Because the only reason you would think that was funny is if you're into dad jokes. Just saw the police arrest a dog that was giving birth on the side of the road. Apparently it was littering. Oh, I haven't seen that one before. It's so nice to have you on my stream. I was not cut out to be a band director. My wife says the same thing. She's a elementary education music teacher. She's double certified. Well, I don't know. Oh, she must be like an uncle or something like that, or half related. You're a teacher, so teachers also have bad jokes. But I don't know if she's still certified in both, but she did Kodai and ORF. I don't know if any of those certifications lapsed, but she's done both. Like she got through all the courses for both of those. I work with kids age 10 to 14. So you get a deal. You're sort of like, got it. I understand in a way, sort of like uncle teacher for some of them, I'm sure. And so she's learned two completely different teaching methodologies of essentially competing, I don't know what you call it, music philosophies. She said she tried to do band too, and it was too hard. And she liked to work with younger kids. So she is first grade through third, because she's only worked part-time-ish. But she likes it a lot. She really likes teaching kids. She got all of her certifications in Kodai, loved Kodai. It's a very regimented teaching methodology. And she teaches at a school that is completely ORF focused. Which ORF is like free and fun, and you're having fun while you're... And I say it that way not because I'm sort of somewhat parroting her when she was first talking about it. But it's just more about sort of free creativity and less about hyper structure. So she had to like alter how she looked at some of this stuff. Fun fact, I'm probably able to explain more about what she does than she's able to explain about what I do. You know, hilarious. I know, you've laughed, I'm sure. Wait, why is my mail behaving this way? High school parents can be awful. High school admins even worse. It's just, I mean, and my wife teaches at a private school. Private school parents can also be difficult. I was just cut out for it. Music was hugely helpful for me. Yeah, and I mean, you know, people who do music are fairly good at math. My dad would always say that people who deal with scouts get a golden ticket to heaven. I imagine it's the same. Yeah, there's some of this sort of entitlement in this day and age where I've seen that, like the comic. It's like back X number of years ago, it would be the parents talking to the kid saying, explain these grades. And nowadays, it's the parent yelling at the teacher saying, explain these grades. Right? These are private school now where I'm very appreciated. That's good too. That's amazing. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, hey, there's Wallaber. He got the shout out. Captain Coder, meet Wallaber. Wallaber, by the way, as a streamer, is very much an educator. He teaches you stuff like bad habits in coding, such as using ternary operators. But he also is amazing about everything, so you really can't blame him for it, right? Because when you're really smart, you can do whatever you want. I have to follow coding standards because I'm not as smart as Wallaber. I can't just solve every problem in an instant. I can't just like, okay, here's what we're going to do and then just do it. That's just not how I work. I hate that I have to go. Oh, no worries. I get it. I thought you were going to go leave sooner, but thank you for stopping in. I'll try to catch one of your streams now that I have you followed. I hope that you have a good evening. Hey, you can I'm on the Discords if you ever want to actually chat. I always love to chat with people. Here. That's our Discord, but that's just how you can get access to me. I'm Motzi, so I'm in there. But otherwise, I'll try and come and pop in sometime when you're streaming. If you stream as early as you say you do, I don't know how likely that would be, because I'm also a sleeper. But if you're streaming sometime during the day, I might be able to catch you. So anyway, I hope you have a good night. I hope you sleep well. Go ahead and, shuffle off the buffalo, as they say. I'm having this, I see like an email, but I want to see what the email is. Why am I getting an email? Look at my inbox. This is my inbox. My inbox amazing. I don't know what came in my inbox actually. Okay. Where were we? Thanks for the recommendation, Mendoza. You have a beautiful night too, Captain Coder. I'll be doing a bunch of scheduled streaming this month. So maybe? Okay, well, I'll take a look. I won't be able to do your jam, but I've also made games for it, so it's probably better for the beginners to do it. I'd probably fail anyway. Oh, I gotta do a jam? Damn. If any of y'all are hanging out still, and you are curious about doing a game engine for your jam, Of course, the common ones like Godot and otherwise, but there is also this game engine called RPG in a Box. And I'm going to pop this up here because this is what I actually use to make those avatars at the bottom. And, you know, I think it's always worth a checkout. Back in the day, RPG in a Box was very regimented in how you could do your movement, but now they have free movement available. They have jumping. The maps are, you can build all of your stuff within it. It's voxel art, so if you hate voxel art, then don't bother with it right now. But it is still 3D. I mean, it's, you know, like you can either use camera controls or disable them. And I find it to be a fairly friendly-ish thing to get started with. Sorry, if only there were some kick-ass tutorials out there. I know. If only. I think the problem is I do support it in the terms of like getting people interested in doing game dev and getting them exposed to a lot of components of it. But I still think it has some annoying limitations that I don't love. So like it has all the pieces, but there's just like something that makes it a little bit harder. But I guess everything has that, every engine, right? But you know, there's like a built-in voxel editor. There's a built-in effect editor. So like, by the way, this is cool. You can do like flames and fountains, and you know, so there's actually like a way to create effects without knowing code. You just go and mess with properties until it looks like what you want, right? Which I find this is really cool, and you can just put this anywhere on the map. So like the creator is working towards a lot more feature richness for the solution, right? There's a UI. The creator's name is Justin. UI editor, you know, scripts, which are either, you know, node based or written script. It is its own custom language. There's combat built in. It can either be turn-based combat or real-time combat. You can have quests and items. I mean, there's just a lot of really cool stuff. Like for a beginner, even though they even oops, I just exited the whole thing. Justin even platformer starter map. So he took the map that he created for his platforming videos, you choose for your game. Uh-oh. Sound needs to go off. I'm pretty sure your ear is loud. Well, I'll just mute the sound here for a second. All right. So, and all related to the work I'm doing, but I still have a soft spot in my heart for this. I felt like as an engine, it was really fun to use when I first started doing it, but it had a lot of limitations, and a lot of those limitations are going away now. So you see there's like actual platforming. Godot is less heavy and very useful. And actually, if you wanted to check out Wallaber's streams, he's actually working on a game in Godot. If you want to see a pro coder do things, you know, there you go. And I was working on something. I'm sure I was. I know that work was happening. I don't stream end. Oh, weird. So apparently my YouTube stream stopped working or something. Fix that. Okay, I'm there. Yeah, just it's really slow. Hold on. I don't know what's going on there. Very weird. All right. So what I was trying to figure out was how to make an event trigger. And I was trying to answer the question, do I use custom for the time it takes for it to load? I can actually do a So maybe what I should do is I should just allow custom event triggers, and I should still create the solution I want for these static objects. I think that would make the most sense. Let me go to event trigger node. And then I have this map object trigger types, and I'll just add, what did I use action listener for? Action listeners are like my way to do completely custom actions. But I'll just add a custom event trigger, because then I could technically call this that way too. But I don't, what did I use custom? What did I use this for? Triggered when an action is taken. Oh, thank you. That's super helpful. I appreciate that. Odd Oculus, thank you for the follow. Common event trigger types, battle event triggers, action listers, script trigger type. I don't know when I used it, actually. Well, doesn't matter. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. So I think I'm still going to control the trigger. And now I need to figure out what happens when we cause the trigger. And for the people who did show up here new, I'm working on I should probably show it, actually, because it probably would make a lot more sense to see it than to guess. So these characters in this JRPG, which is, it's turn-based combat, but there's a word for the type of combat that, oops, why is it? That's weird. Was there an error on the load? That's weird. Why did it do that? It's turn-based combat. More similar to games like Octopath Traveler, turn-based. Although in this case, you can see the enemies on map before you fight them. And so we want to make this game feel like it's a somewhat living world. Like you can talk to most things for whatever reason. But we want to make you be able to interact with it on some level. So there's 3 main characters, and every character has some ability that they can use on map. And Pyra's ability happens to be whacking things. So I've got the ability to trigger this, but the way the core engine is set up, which is called Smile Game Builder, which is a whole separate. Incidentally, you could look at RPG developer Bakin or Smile Game Builder if you were looking at potential engines. Barrier to entry isn't that bad either. I just don't like some of the usability factors of it. So we originally built the game in this, but it exports to Unity. So I do all the work in Unity. I just basically learned their engine almost inside and out, so I could enhance it like I want to. So we wanted to make the world feel living, but there are limitations to the engine. The engine has no facility to easily allow me to do actions on what they call static objects. They're objects in the background that don't have any interactivity. It's just an object, like a tree or whatever. When I want to make something interactable, it becomes something called an event. And events happen to be very heavy. They take a lot of effort or heavy lifting in the core code. It's a lot of processing power. So the more events on the map, the worse it is. So if I want to make everything interactable, that would be bad. So I've been working on a way in which I can allow for chopping things like I'm doing without hooking into their core system, which will make it slower. That's sort of just orienting on what I'm trying to accomplish. So now I've got a way to do that. I've got these things, these map graph things, or these graph solutions that will let me specify an event. Right? So like, I want this map object called bush 0. So every bush, any bush on the map that is of the model bush 0, which is the name of the model, I could make something happen on a triggered event. Interestingly, I almost feel like I want to make the event be able to happen on different triggers, but we'll worry about that later. So I need to be able to have something like when the attack event happens, it's able to trigger this to happen. So I think what I'm going to do is if I want to make attack work, I need to create an association between the event that happens externally and the event in their core engine that I want to trigger. So this is the code I wrote where I can define or specify. Oh, that's not the one. Hold on. That's the custom event action. That's a whole different one. It's check. Where is it? Check. Check and what did I call it? I made it something. It's in here somewhere. Trigger listeners. Trigger custom event. Those are my other custom ones I added. There is trigger map objects. Okay. So I made a way to trigger objects, and it's based upon a direction. And I don't think I necessarily want to do that. What I want to do is have the action cause a trigger that then triggers this, which is fine. So what I can do is do public void. I guess I could just say trigger map object action. And then I just use a script trigger, I guess. I don't love that actually, but we're gonna do it for now. It's gonna be script dot trigger. This is their core trigger system. I don't love reusing their stuff because they just made all these triggers, and I don't really want all those things to happen. But I'll leave it here for meow. So we're gonna do the trigger, and what I'm gonna do. This would, if I did attack, I would make this trigger happen in the direction that was attacked. And this will go through and it'll find the game object. And then I'm going to need to make the event actually get triggered. I don't know what just happened here with the code though. Why did you get? Oh, it's because of. So then I've got to figure out once we find events, how we make them get triggered. We want to get triggy with it. So where am I going to do this? I need to have a repository of all the triggerable map object events. And I guess I have to put it in the map engine. To be honest, I think it has to live in the map engine. So what are we going to do then? If we get a map object and it's in there, we're going to say this is an event that is going to get triggered. So first off, we're going to say game map object data. There. That's supposed to be, well, it's game map object. What is it called? I don't even know. Hold on. So we have game map object data, map object data. I suppose this is because I would wire it somewhere, and I didn't do that on the import process. So I will do public, but what I'll do is, just in case it doesn't exist, I'll do a getter on this. So what I'll do is, if that doesn't exist, we'll try to get it. We'll try to get the record, and then if the record exists, well, it doesn't really matter. We'll just return it. Okay. So that'll give us an opportunity to load it at runtime if it doesn't exist. Perfect. Okay. So we get this object, as long as it's not null. I don't want to do event sheet. Stop it. Thank you for being so helpful. I mean, So here's where we get a little interesting. So what we got to do is we got to find out if this exists, and we will use a dictionary that is happening at runtime. I think a dictionary would be fine. So we'll do private dictionary, and we'll give it a GUID and a, what is it we want to store in the dictionary? We want to store a map character. Let me go take a look. So I did a lot of stuff to override the core system. Override manager is where I go. SGB override manager. And there's like a load common event override. And this thing right here does all this work. So actually, let me go back up one step real quick. So this is how, so a common event is what Smile Game Builder uses, which is a data set that manages the data that's going to be executed. And it uses this object called an event, usually in their database, but we're going to create it real time. So I essentially have to bootstrap all of this information. Where do I want to bootstrap it, though, is the real question. That's something I need to decide. I could do it in the override manager because that's where I do all of the things. And as much as I would hate to do it, kind of probably have to. So I'm going to steal this code. And I'm going to shove this code into my override manager at the bottom. Why not? Bottom. So instead of doing this, though, we're going to call it a public void load. Okay. Var s equals this dot owner. I don't care about that yet. So the catalog, wait, what is s? S is the scene. No, the map. What is s? S is for sucks. Yeah, it's the map scene. Okay. So I can get this information just fine. I don't know why I need map scene for this, but we'll use our handy dandy refactor tools. And we're going to just use, we're going to do, the cardinal sin of programming, use static objects. And that works too. Dratsy override. Look at that. We're overriding it. Override. Take it easy. Do we care about this? No. We don't care about any of that garbage. This is just how it did it before. Uh-oh. They're not copying it? This is just the loop that they do for all their common events. We don't care about that now. We also don't care about getting the event from the catalog because we're going to make a new event. Hey, Tom Sutton, how are you? Are you pissed? EV new event. We're going to make a whole new event. A whole new world. Talk about current events. Okay. And we'll make a new map character. This is going to be interesting. So in order to do what we want to do, we're going to need to pass in the map game object. The load. I sent out my email newsletter yesterday and I shared your game with 16 people. Thank you, Tom. How do I get on your newsletter list? What's on your newsletter list? Is it about your Game Boy games? I didn't know you did a newsletter. Why didn't I know this about you? App game object dot map position dot x. Is it? There's no z. This is a z. I decided instead of worrying about social media, I just email everyone once a month. That's cute. I like that. How do you collect subscribers to your list? How does that work? I don't care about hide because right now the map character is not meaningful. Linktree. Oh no, my Suttoning of Toms. Click here for my monthly email newsletters. Hell yeah, I'm signing up. This is old school, man. Your email. Which project are you interested in? Can I just ask about your life? How come there's not a blank screen where I can just say, I just want to know about you? Now you have 17 people. Unfortunately, I'll talk about me. Let's give them something to talk about. Yeah. So I think the map character will just be hidden by default. I don't know what it means to say something is hidden. Also, for some reason, things feel choppy on my. Oh, everything feels choppy right now. Email is more direct and personal and less noise. Yeah, I know. I mean, more direct and personal is like jump on a phone call. You know what I'm saying you can jump on like one giant phone call with 16 people, can't you? I think that this might cause it to be hidden by default. I'm actually not sure. Let's leave it like it is. Is common event? Yes, because we don't want this to be treated like it actually exists on the map. And then I don't know if I even want to add this to the map character list. I think I want to like circumvent this thing here. Because this is really not, I don't want it to get stuck in the flow of things that Small Game Builder does. Mom, get off the phone. I'm talking with my subscribers. Now we got to figure out how this is going to work here. So load common event override. This is not going to happen, right? This is different. I don't think I have to do any of this stuff. Well, I have to do some of this stuff. Okay. I'll have to do some of this stuff. So what did I do here? Common event and game common event. We'll just steal this nonsense. So we don't totally care about this at all. We have the data for the map game. So we're gonna do like really what I should do is over the whole thing here. I should do if map game object dot map object data does not equal null, right? So if there's map object data and there's a trigger node, then we can move forward with this code. Okay. I know it looks kind of weird. I'm like shoving code around in weird ways, and I'm gonna just have to ask you to trust me. We'll make it work. It'll be fine. Everything will turn out. Everything will come out Millhouse in the end. I'm sure. I don't want you there. I want you there. Go. Oh, I just formatted my class. Why do you put the structs in the bottom? I want the structs at the top. How's your FFing going, Tom? The final of your fantasy. I've started a new game. Well, not a new game. I've found that I do want to start like playing or replaying games I played before, just as sort of an unwind on occasion. The FF7 mod, okay. What does the mod do? I didn't really gather how that worked. That it wasn't something clear. Not that I would know, per se. Why is it so slow to do this? I started playing Hollow Knight again. I played it ages ago. I'm playing it on a Switch though. I kind of feel like I should play it on the PC just so I can get all the rewards. But I think on my Steam version, I did get like almost all of the achievements. I'm not really an achievement hunter, so I like them, but you know, not totally my jam. Hollow is your top 3 game? Yeah, I am enjoying it again. The new threat mod is updated story boss. Okay. I'm enjoying it. I just finished all of Celeste. The only thing I didn't do in Celeste is get all the golden strawberries. I didn't have the heart for that. But I did I got all of the hearts. All of the hearts. So all the way up to the end of Seaside 4. And I finished the moon section. I haven't got the moonberry because I don't have the desire to do that either. Maybe someday I'll go back. The subtle, yeah. I like what I like about Hollow Knight is that it's so interactive. Speaking of what I'm working on now, the ability to hit things everywhere, like Hollow Knight's so interactive. You can just swing your sword somewhere random and shit will break. And there's just something so cathartic about that, just running around hitting things in the background. Who cares about fighting the monsters? Like you could just hit stuff. It's kind of fun. And I feel like I'm much more poised to play the game. When I first played it, I think I wasn't, even though I consider myself a gamer, I think I'm more of a gamer now. Even though I don't play as much, I think I'm more focused. So, I mean, I'm not doing so good with a needle person, though. Wasp, what's her name? The one that's supposed to be in the never to release second game. Like I feel like I'm better at it, but maybe not that better at it. Better enough. We just talk for common event. Okay. So also no graphics. Shut your face. So for each sheet list, graphic empty. So this doesn't matter because we don't. Oh wait, we do. What do we do here? We run a process that will load up the sheets. Okay, let me see how I did this then. So I need to go to the thing that does like set up advanced common event override. I'm going to have to make a different version of this. Anyway, so I'm getting started on it again. And I like it. It's kind of soothing to play. And it's just fun to go around and explore. I mean, and because I know a little bit more about the game than I did when I first played it, and I just got done playing Celeste. So I understand that there's ways to like abuse the system, and there's a point you can go to where you can't jump there normally because you haven't gotten the power up for it. And then I baited it was in the green path area, and I baited a stinger guy, and I used a downward swipe or whatever to bounce off of it and get to the spot I wasn't supposed to. And I went through the whole area. I went to the fog area, and then I was like, "Where am I supposed to go now?" And I forgot that I skipped, like I missed the whole section where you get the map because I had just, well, I'm gonna go up there. Why not? It just I laugh at myself. It was funny. Ha ha. Okay. So set up. I'm gonna just do set up game map object event. Okay. The catalog. This is the event, and then we'll do don't need where T. Mr. T. My formatter must be doing this with my, probably because this makes it more readable. Result equals false. Trigger node. So we need here. And it's going to be a map object event node. I guess I don't need to do it as. What is formatter? I hardly know her. See, I still think it'd be cool to hang out with you in real life. I know he's like, I can hang out with you on your stream. It's just not the same. Okay? It's not the same. I'm such a like my Gen X shows when I'm really intent on the idea that instead of some kind of technology based phone remote connection, I want like in person. And I'm an introvert, but I don't know. That's how I roll. Start node, new sheet, sheet data in start node dot sheets. This is good sheet. I don't need to deal with existing sheet. I don't care about existing sheet. I'm going to overwrite all of your sheet. Okay. We don't care about sheet list count. We don't care about origin sheet index. We don't care about that. Retain the index of the sheet origin list of sheets. Okay, so I don't care about that. I'm just going to make a new sheet. There we go. Wait, what did I do here? Hold on. There we go. Okay. Because they just put var in front of it, that would make more sense. All right. Luckily, I went through a lot of nonsense to get to this point. Mediated is not the same, I agree. Hey Tom, congrats on Hatchy. Did you launch it? Is it launched? Have you launched your thing? Is it launched? I literally almost spit my water out, Fox, because Tom was mentioning a new newsletter, and Tom was saying how 16 people would be receiving it. And I was like, well, I mean, it must just be like 16 friends of yours or something. And then Fox shows up and is like, hey, I've read your newsletter. It's like, wow. it just felt so random. Maybe Fox has known you for a while or something, but it just felt so random to me. Um, I don't need a transfer. We don't care about that because we don't have existing sheet data. Collidables false. Sheet list add new sheet. Need to make a check on whether to override current sheet conditions. So it says, in that case, we're assuming an existing sheet. I don't know what this means. Need to make a check whether to override the current sheet condition. For every condition in my conditions, we make a new condition. The type is going to be node function. That's going to be my special type. That's fine too. Tom Millman, welcome. Why am I getting so many rates tonight? On a Tuesday. What's going on? Tom is my key to being cool to my daughter. Oh, because Paw Patrol, your daughter can't even speak. I think it's outside my demographic. She's 4. She can speak. Hey, Tom, welcome. How are you? Welcome. We have 2 Toms. This is a shout out. How was your stream? What do you do? Tell me about yourself. Or raid and run. You know, do what you want. Do whatever you want to do. Apparently, you spawned as the one and only White Vault. Oh, baby. Why is it not letting me do? Oh, there you go. Now I can follow you from the clip. What did you work on today? How are you all doing? This is the game I'm working on. Had progress? I mean, that's good. I get progress sometimes. On Saturday, I spent almost the entire stream writing the documentation for the work I was going to do because I was trying to figure out what I was going to do. Working on your bridge. New Brooklyn Bridge Tycoon. Aw. TDSR. Have you done other games or this is your first? Hey, you're also raiding with Tom. Oh my gosh. You've been in lots of different things. Fins, you came with the captain. Q4 2024. Are you going to any events, Tom? Are you going to be at PAX or anything? Second commercial game. What's your first one? The TDSR looks familiar. Cyber. Have you been at PAX? Cyber Lounge Tycoon. Your stuff looks familiar to me. Somewhere. Where have I seen this? I mean, other than... don't pay attention to that stupid thumbs down. People don't understand how hard it is to make games. I didn't do any events for that. Okay. I'm literally everywhere and nowhere at once. An enigma, a mystery, a member of Tom's Discord. We should become a member of Tom Sutton's Discord. Wait, this Tom has Discord. Oh God, I gotta see myself. No, go away. I want to see my face. This is the game I'm making though. Speaking of reviews, now we're down to 72%. Sad. Still trying to get that up to positive. We get a lot of negative feedback about the game being in early access. It's like, but how do you how do you do early access? Are you supposed to be perfect? Low sodium 5 guys. What? Glory to the 5 members. The fearsome 5. Yeah, I'm glad that you made progress though. And by the way, Tom, if you want to raid and run, fully good. Buys game early access, negative review because game has bugs. I just don't get it. So what I'm working, if you guys are wondering, I'm sure you're like, Motzi, tell us. I'll share it again because you all came in the raid. Alterium Shift. It is a retro-inspired JRPG. It has 3 main characters that you can choose from. The game has an element to it that it actually built into the game mechanic an encouragement for you to go and play as other characters. So there's things that you can only unlock by using a different character and then swapping your save. So there's a lot of very interesting things that I think interesting that we've added mechanically to the game. It is a 2.5D game. We've tried for a visual that looks more akin to 2D, just flat 2D game, but it's got some depth. I just recently added the camera, Where's my zoom one? How do I do the zoom? Oh, there you go. No, I'm not. Can't remember what key I specified for the. Oh, that's the map. Okay, I was like, what just happened? I don't remember what key I specified for the zoom out button. I'm sure it'll come to me, but I have no idea right now. Thanks for the follow, Tom. Yeah, here's the UI. So like, inventory and stuff. Thanks for the follow, RCB of good old Game Boy games. Yeah, it's Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy, and all the other things. This is Alterium Shift RCB. Right there on Steam. There is a demo. This is Unity. The Unity editor. There is a demo of Alterium Shift on Steam. It is the same version of game that is the early access version. So of course you don't have to buy the game. You can get a pretty good feel of the game by just playing the demo. But one of our pillars of our game, one of the ideas is we wanted to make the game feel like it was a living world. And so, there's high interactability. You can talk to a lot of things. I mean, you can just, sit down on the bench. Right? And we want to sort of maintain this feeling that the world is interactable. The problem is the core engine we started with is called Smile Game Builder. It has a Unity export, but their core engine doesn't do everything I wanted to do. So I've had to heavily modify it. So like these right now, these flowers do not act the way I want them to because they're what is called a Smile Game Builder event, and it's very overhead intensive. I'm working on a way to not do it their way, but I also have this ability where I can I want to be able to have Pyro be able to smash things on the map. So this is just obviously the prototype feature. It's a tactical or it's a turn-based RPG game, but I like the notion that you can do things on the map anyway. Just to feel like you're living in the world and you're not just like going through one pretty scene after the other. Oh, you're talking about why it's green, maybe? You can set the color when the game is running. So I make it green so I know I'm running the game. So I don't change a bunch of stuff and think that it'll actually keep after the game stops running. So yeah, so what I'm working on right now is enhancing the core system so that when she does this attack, I can actually make an event that triggers. And my events are managed in these nodes using Xnode. So I want to be able to trigger this node so that when I hit a bush, it says, "Hey, don't hit me." I got this idea from somebody else that was streaming. I don't remember if it was Wallaber. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, nothing about the look is well, that's not totally true. The visuals are not my responsibility. My partner, me and Dras Ray, Jacob, he goes by. His real name is Jacob, but he doesn't care about sharing it. He does everything that looks good. I have a lot of opinions, but he's the one that does all the pretty. As I say, I make all the bugs because I do all the core development. So yeah, I mean it's fun. I've really enjoyed this. We have, for early access, which is about 50% of the game content, it could be anywhere from 6 to 7 hours per character of gameplay. And every character has their own experience. They all start in the same place, but they have all different experiences. You make bugs, Jacob makes them look nice. Got it. Exactly. That's a fairly odd couple spinoff. I make it all pretty, and I make all the bugs. I know. There's kind of like, oh, look at the chickens in the chimney. What are you doing in the chimney? Get out of there. Let me get rid of the chimney for you. Oh, I can't. I thought maybe I could smack the chimney and make it go away. Apparently not. How long have you worked on it? Too long. I make bugs and nothing is pretty. We have been working on this game since was it the start of 2021 or 2022? 2022. 2022, 2023. I think the start of 2021. Oops, what's that bug? Speaking of bugs, hold on a second. This is my little avatar-y thing. I don't know if this is going to get mad if I eat everybody, but that's the yeast of my problem. Did it? Oh, there they go. Oh, yeah, it's not very good at handling that many avatars. Oh, I crashed. That's amazing. I've never seen it crash before like that. That's cool. I wonder if it'll reopen. We broke the yeet. We yeeted the yeet. It got yeeted. Well, we crash stuff, we break stuff. So right now I am. Oh no, it's finishing its yeet. That's even funnier, actually. It's like it's so intent. It started up and it's just like, nope, I gotta finish this yeet. Like you said, making games are hard. I only ask because it looks super cool. I wouldn't be. It would surprise me if it said 10 years. Well, it feels like 10 years for 3 years of work when we intended to launch at the end of 2022. But in the process, we got a publisher, and we naturally had to change. Wow, it's just I just can't believe it's still going. In the process, we got a publisher, and then extended our deadline to 2023. And here we are in 2024. Yeah. So, it's been a very interesting journey. We did not intend to do this much game. Like this whole functionality was not. We decided early on this type of functionality would be nice to have, but we didn't have time to do it. But what happened was when we got publisher, we realized we needed to up the game, so to speak, and really dig in on some of the core stuff. So I hammered on the engine. This engine has had so many iterations. Because eventually I made my own node-based system that hooks into their system to create actions that happen through their scripting. And some people might say I was kind of crazy to do that, but that's okay. So it was just like this, we want to make a game that people love. And we're not doing it purely for ourselves. We didn't start with a game that was our dream game. The thing that attracted me to work with Jacob on it was he said, check out this demo of a visual. And I was like, that's amazing. That looks so cool. And I got sucked into it. What did publishers tell you that made you add in something? Publishers didn't tell us anything. We knew we had to do it because we were getting not only a good amount of funding, but the intent was to make a game we think would sell well and people would like, right? Like at the time, games like Sea of Stars and Chained Echoes were in process, and there's a lot of games out there now, but we saw some opportunity to make a game that we would hope people would really love. Obviously we want it to sell well. That would benefit us, but we also want it to sell well because it's actually a good game, not just because it looks good. Yeah, so there you go. That's how it is. Right now we have been tracking our wish lists. I just looked today and we're at 53,000 wish lists, which is a good number, I think. We're trying to build that up, of course. We went to early access partially because the publisher wanted to have a point in which they could start recouping the money they spent on us. So I don't if we were just doing this on our own, we probably wouldn't have done early access. I think what we would have done is launched the game sooner, but with less functionality. And early access was an eye opener. We launched it, and not only did we find out how people review games, even though they're early access, we found out how many issues weren't caught by the QA team, which was a lot. And the early access launch in July informed a lot of the things that we have now in the game. Things that we never even considered were important to do, we're doing. That whole camera shift thing, being able to look around, we're like, nah, we're not going to do that. There's a way that you can travel on top of the map, so you can like lift up to map level to kind of fast travel between zones. We weren't going to do that. There's so many things we weren't going to do, and then we saw people playing the game. We understood the necessity, and so we changed our focus. And I think that's where like I don't think everybody should do that. I'm not saying that that is the best idea in the world. I'm just saying that's how we did. How many people were on your QA team? I don't know. It was the publisher's QA team that did it. They like hired it out. Um, so yeah, it's been an interesting journey. Had we not gotten a publisher, we might still be here working on it, but I think it would have been a much smaller game. I think what we have for the demo or what we have for early access might have been the entirety of the game in terms of time. The game would have gone to its completion, but it wouldn't be as involved as it is. And there's things that we learned during the process that we just like refined and improved, right? Some of this has been a learning process for me too. I'm a chief technology officer by day, but I've never done game development until 2020 was when I started. So, 18 years of experience, but only game dev near the end. I've always wanted to be a game dev, but not like I haven't done serious game dev. It's been new to me, and I've been like learning Unity as I've been going. There's been a lot of learning happening. Okay, so I add the item here. It's been fun. I mean, it'll be an interesting story to tell someday, for sure. Next game, would you want to work with a publisher, or would you prefer to self-publish? I think I would want if we did a publisher, it would be a reverse publisher relationship. So if you ever watched the Sea of Stars documentary, they did like a little 30-minute thing, and the owner or one of the founders, he was talking about it where their first game, which I can't recall off the top of my head, but I never played it. So the Messenger. They got a publisher, and it was one where the publisher owns, like they collect the royalties and they pay the developer. But a reverse publisher relationship is where you collect the royalties and you pay the publisher. And when they had such a successful Kickstarter that they made millions off of it or something, they got a publisher, but it was where the publisher did all the work and they would collect and pay the publisher the money. And that's the kind of relationship you should get with a publisher. You don't want to be in a position where the publisher holds the purse strings in the end. And publishers can be hit or miss, So if we were to do that again, we would not have the same relationship. Now, granted, me and Jacob are fairly unknown in the industry. So hopefully if we got success with this, we'd have a little bit more bargaining power in the future. I'd love to give up my CTO job and do this all the time, but game dev does not pay well unless you're lucky. Or, I mean, you have to be good too, but like good and lucky, Start node, execution instance. So I have to create an instance of the execution. Is overridden. True. Script runner null. Okay. I kind of wonder if this is going to work the way that I think it is, just out of the gate. What did I use this data for? Just to get the trigger node? I could just pass the trigger node in. Thank you for the follow, Ernesto the Gamer. Ernesto, how are you? Thanks for answering my question. Super fascinating. No problem. Yeah, imagine doing indie game dev full time. Am I right? The Aya, are you doing full time? Did you have a game you wanted to share? If you are a game dev, you can feel free words. You can feel free to share your game if you've got something you want to share. I'm more than happy to see what you got. I like that when people share stuff. You don't have to, but you're welcome. This is a app object event now. I as full time, and I recently went full time. Ooh, cool. So wait, did you? Please be gentle. Why? Why wouldn't they be gentle? I'm confused. This is adorable. To be announced. Why am I getting raided by so many people tonight? I was trying to get done with my work. I haven't even gotten work done. Coding with strangers. I know you said you wanted to raid me once. You finally did it. How are you? My voice is going. I'm not used to talking this much. Why is my voice going away? This is Mana Valley. This is Aya's game. To be announced release date. Do you have? This is adorable. So is it what is it a fish farming sim or Pokemon like? What does it say? Oh, it says this is as a novice which you hone your skills in magic. So it's more like a adventure 3D platformer, I guess. Tom, second week being full time, that's amazing. Congratulations on being full time, you know? That's awesome. Hey everybody, I'm gonna here. This is the game I'm working on. Alterium Shift. I just did the intro like 3 different times. Diggy Discord. Please be gentile. How was your stream? CWS promised he would leave us in good hands. Well, I hope my hands have gloves on them, but I hope they're good enough for you. I hope that you have a good night. I'm sure you're going to raid and run. A man of your word. Coding with Strangers is really cool. Everyone should check out CWS, as they say, as the kids say. Wow, I got so many. I've been raided. I can't process. My voice is going raw. And not in the good sort of way. Sock heart derps? No. Sockhead RPS? Sockhead rips? How do you say it? Sockhead RPS. Thanks for the follow. I was supposed to raid and run. Tom, you were supposed to raid and run. You're still here. I didn't tell you to stay. You are welcome to raid and run. You can run that train on me, and then you can run out of town, however you want to do it. I don't know what time it is for you. It is now 11:30 for me, but it is summer hours now, so I'm kind of okay with it. You know? It's not terrible, I guess. I don't want this at all. Let's get rid of you. I don't think I use this more than once. That's the only place I use it. It's like 3D Starview. I was going to say Stardew Valley, but I didn't remember the name. I never played Stardew Valley. It's like with magic, whatever genre that makes it. Yeah. I was going to say Stardew Valley, but the way your description didn't read Stardew Valley. Hour in the future. Oh no, he knows what's happening next. I'm in the future. I'm not living in mountain time. I am stick around while I do dishes. Good. I am glad you stick around for dishes. So you're the dishes doer. Wait, I don't know if you have like a partner or anything, but in our house, so I'm married. My wife is not a programmer, but she is a streamer. She only streams on Friday now. She used to do a lot more streaming, but she's a teacher too, so she's really busy, and she's just released a new album, and she's just really busy. At least you didn't give us metric time. I want metric time, to be honest. I looked it up once. I was like, why do we have to have time in weird increments? Can't we just have metric time? I can't believe you know about metric time. Do you know about Colmac too? Anyone here know about Colmac? Have you accepted Colmac into your life? That's going to be the one where most people probably like, what? What is he talking about? Colmac? Are you crazy? Perhaps my description should be less story, more of what is the game. I don't know. I mean, what did we say for ours? You got a sub for your stream? Who did, me? If I did, great, awesome. I'm sub to your stream. What did we say? Embark on a journey through a living world of Alteria and experience its dynamic quest, unique turn-based combat, and choice-driven storylines. With 3 branching narratives and unforgettable characters, Alterium Shift is a retro-inspired JRPG that offers a new adventure in every place. We totally did. I think we wrote it and then we Chat GPT cleaned it up a little bit. But that was the early days of Chat GPT, so we might. Did I show the game? I don't remember if I even showed it to all the Coding with Strangers people. But I can't remember what we did there. Colmac to me, and you are likely different. Yeah, that's not how you say Colmac. She's a modern woman. She doesn't cook or do dishes. Oh, so you do all the cooking and the dishes? Oh, man. Don't really take you for a minor, per se. Wait, the keyboard layout. Yes, Sock. The keyboard layout. I am fluent in Colmac. I touch type entirely. And I had to do that too because I didn't even have a Colmac keyboard when I first learned it. So you can't really look at QWERTY and type in Colmac. Now that you said that, I know what it is. I'm glad I have educated you on the world of Colmac. What we're going to do, I think I returned the event, right? Okay, what do I do here? So we set it up. Current event. Yes, I'm a Colmac purist. I think that in a different world, everyone should be typing in Colmac. Colmac is way better than QWERTY and Dvorak combined. Dvorak is like the pucest language, a pucest keyboard format for programming. Denowayak. It's probably great, but I feel like I'd hate my time anytime I ever had to use a computer. Well, I've gotten used to it, but yes. Basically, I infect every computer. If I have to use anyone's computer for any length of time, I infect it with Colmac. I'm like a Colmac virus. Have a good night. Thanks for sharing your game, and I hope that you have a good evening. And thanks for leaving the stream, the lurk up. Appreciate it. I infect every computer, and it used to be a joke because I've been doing Colmac now for 10 years or something. And so when I became the CTO of the company I joined, I would put Colmac on everyone's computer. So if I had to help them, I could switch. And it was on Macs. So I'd like switch it in front of them, help them, and then I'd leave. And then they would forget that I changed them to so I would Colmac people, sometimes on purpose and sometimes on accident. I'd leave their machine in the wrong format. Some of them would have to look up the format on their phone so they could type their password in because they forgot that I changed it. It was one of my favorite practical jokes. Not gonna lie. It was special. So what am I gonna do here? So I have to do, does this add scripts? I think it does. Yes, I'm pretty sure it does add scripts. I should be able to do owner.owner maybe? Very onerous. Load map game object. I figure out how this is going to work. I don't think this is going to work the first time I try this. I guess do S catalog. It seems much smoother. It's evil but fun. Colmac, oh Colmac, you're not my Mac. I started learning Colmac because my hands hurt when I typed. And I also felt like I couldn't achieve any faster speed. I think it was like 80 or 90 words per minute. I really can't remember. I think I was a little bit, I was fairly fast, but typing in QWERTY sucks because the keys don't really make sense for your fingers. And Colmac is really big on, they only change some of the letters and they do it to increase alternation and put the most common letters on the home row so that you end up spending most of your time typing on the home row rather than like all over the place. When I used to type with QWERTY, my fingers were like now it's Colmac is like you know. I'm not a faster typer though. I didn't actually get faster from it, but it's more comfortable. My hands handle it better. It's not super bad. No, and it also doesn't affect programming much. I don't have a split keyboard, but I've been looking into them. I've been looking into the keyboards that have the aligned keys because now I'm annoyed that touch typing is so hard because the keys are all at an angle. So certain ways of typing require you to like distort your fingers. But a lot of the split keyboards have there's a word for it where all the keys are directly aligned. I'd want to have a split keyboard. They're so expensive though. I don't know. Okay, so then I want to do. I think I'm going to do check all sheets. I'll do map. Map. Is it map scene? A lot of work to do this. I don't think I can even do it. Can I? Oh, I can. Orthographic. Yeah, there you go. Orthographic keyboard layout. They don't. It's not easy to find that. I don't know why keyboards have to be angled. It feels like it would make so much more sense if it was vertically aligned, wouldn't it? Your fingers are not at angles. If like that's why I like Colmac because if you type mostly in the home row, it is aligned orthographically, basically. It doesn't look like most common letters are sort of reverse in a way. The E really ought to have been well, the E in Colmac is on the opposite side. Yeah, that's one thing that probably people wouldn't like. But so the way they did it though was they put the most common keys under your strong fingers. So the E is under the middle finger, which is one of your strongest fingers. And if it's going to be the most common thing you type, it's actually quite nice. I don't know. I don't dislike, but it took me a long time. And there's like a point of no return where once I learned to type touch it, I had to. Oh, were you saying like QWERTY, or were you talking about? Oh, maybe you're talking about QWERTY. Um, there was this point of no return where I had to start doing Colmac exclusively if I wanted to start using it. But then I was really slow, painfully slow. And it sucked to try and talk to people, like type at work. Okay, so what am I doing now? I want to load map game object, which now I need to call the method that does it. Don't really care about whether this is successful or not. Let's call it void. It feels like it does. I mean, I like it. I'm not saying everyone should use it. I did secretly hope that one of my developers one day would learn it so that when I changed their keyboard, they would just keep typing like it was nothing. Like, oh, you changed it? Like that. I thought that would be the funniest thing. No one's taking me up on that though. So, unfortunately, I even tried to say that their performance growth would be dependent upon their ability to type in Colmac, and no one bought that either. I don't need to return. Wait, why did I check result? Why did I say result is true? If start node doesn't equal null. I think I already checked for that, so I don't need to return a result. Comac plus Japanese, IME, and Chaos for those new. I didn't think I'd be talking to someone named Dicky Discord, but here we are. Nothing wrong with your name, just I like the alliteration. Yeah, I don't think we talk about the funny part about Colmac though on a phone is I was really excited to try the swipe when I finally like I have an iPhone. So when swiping was finally available, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna use the swipe tool and I'm gonna use Colmac. It does not work. Not because you can't set it up. I got the format, but because Colmac is optimized for typing, a lot of the common words are in the home row. So swiping is like does not work. The swipe feature really relies on the fact that QWERTY is not efficient. Its real name, though, I'm not sure I ought to have added Discord after it. Discord became an app. Did you? So you put Dicky Discord before Discord? May 2015. Wow. You've been on Twitch since 2015? I've only been on Twitch since 2020. It's supposed to be his stage name. That's funny because I was like, why do you have Discord in your name? That's a silly name. It's Discord. Why? Now I get it. It makes more sense. Are you an actor? Do you act? So everything I was just doing while I was waiting for people to arrive in the raid was just setting it up for what I'm about to do. You were a musician. Oh, we were talking about musicians. What did you play? My wife's not. She does perform, but she's not like a common professional performer because she's a music teacher. Primarily she plays like the oud and the piano and flute and things like that. But she doesn't go like up on big stages with lots of people. Still make music, but don't perform, mainly guitar. Were you like a musician that played at venues in a band, or did you play as part of an orchestra? I can't equip. I think you could do like equip sword, but I don't remember if. I don't think I made every character equipable. I think only the generic one is equipable. Work was almost all guitar, started in jazz, punk rock, so formal and done. Oh, that's cool. Do you still make music? Is that what you do professionally or just on the side? Like, did you switch careers? Software development. I've hired I've hired people who've done music and they tend to be really good programmers. My wife would never be a programmer, but she could do it if she wanted, but she's not so into technology. um anyway, so I want to find trigger map object action. Okay. So this is where we got to do this. And actually what we have to do is say I suppose I could just do this, but I want to be able to get the direction of the hero. It's just for fun. Okay. Do you still talk to producers and musicians sometimes involved in the local scene? Just not my focus. May I ask what you're focused on? Or, I mean, you don't have to share. If you don't want to, fine. I get it. Tell me every detail about your life. Also, you can DM me your credit card information if you so desire. Fine. Don't do that, please. Don't want to have to scrub my Discord. Retired. Oh, you retired? Mostly machine learning. Oh, that's cool. So are you working with any specific LLMs or are you doing a different model? Kubernetes. That's cool. So you're probably using one of those other, like there's, I don't even know what the names of them are, like different tool sets you can actually deploy yourself for doing machine learning. Have you seen those videos of the guy that makes the virtual robots walk and stuff? Like the forced machine learning to get it to go over obstacles and such. That's pretty cool. Okay, so we got map object data. So we want to let's just try this the easiest way. Var event No. What do I even return with this method? Load. Okay. So I need to figure out what I do here. We're going to load it, and then how do we trigger it? How do I live without you? I want to know. I think they trigger it through their runners. We'd have to add the runner to their script runner. So I could do this, I guess. Runner, add runner. Okay. Talkable runner dict. At least it's not a public dict. Okay, so then how do I add these to their runners? Runner, script runner. Must be in the load common events. Suno, Olma with agent app. Okay, and stable diffusion. Are you trying to accomplish anything with it specifically? Are you doing game development or just learning more about how to do the training to get the outputs you want? Load common map events. Okay. So that's not, well, that's interesting. I have it in here too. Here's where we add our special events per map. Oh, those are my special. These are my special ones. That would be, and you go to my engine. Not my engine. It must be this thing that does it. This must be the thing that like triggers the runner. So if that's the case, I should be able to steal some existing code. Okay. Learning Unreal as well as yes, not as focused on it. They added some ML AI. What's ML? Long way, sort of. Actually, is setting up 2 fashion companies, one for my sister and kid. Wait, one each? A fashion company for your sister and one for your kid? That means they have to take the business seriously. My daughter's 10. I'm not retired. And I'm trying to I've started getting her set up with a website, seeing how she does with that. She's very much an artist. I'm curious to see what she does. She's very interested in businessy things. What I'm trying to teach her is go be a good business person, make lots of money, and then just help a dad out. Help me retire earlier. I wouldn't mind that, dear. Go do that. We want to get where the runner. This does it by runner. How would I get the runner from the script? That's going to be the question. I don't know if I'm going to achieve the outcome of making that stupid bush respond to my actions. Let's see here. Sheet. Does the sheet get sheety with it? I don't even know what S is. What is S? Scene? That's a scene. Okay. Does the sheet get a runner? No. Mine's 13, so don't think she's really serious about it. Sister, on the other hand, has already done modeling and has branding. Okay. She knows the kind of work required. It's just not the business required. Okay. The business stuff is hard. It is. There's so many things I wish I knew better about running a business. I mean, in the end, I I personally wish I just had a partner that wanted to run businessy stuff and I can just help with decisions. I've had to learn so much about running a business that I never wanted to know. And I suppose that's good, but I want to do stuff. I want, like, running business and like reading contracts and making sure the contract details are good and managing finances in the business. That is so like not enjoyable. So I need to figure out how I'm going to find. Oh, I see. I have the runner right there. Okay. So I have the runner in the script. Okay. So I should be able to run it, I think. As long as I get the object, I should be able to run the script. Which means I should return the thing that I just created here. Load map game object. And then what I would return is what? What was it? Current event. I'm going to return the event. No, script. For each sheet. Oh, sheet. Lawyer, CPA, all that jazz, yeah. More about understanding how to set it up and who to take opinions from, in my opinion. Knowing enough to know who to listen to and put it another way. Yeah, I mean, like, we have, I mean, even for Alterium Shift or for Dratsy Games, we have a tax guy. Um, but there's still like, you have to manage anything related to money appropriately. You have to manage things that are related to just basic business stuff, like refiling registrations or whatever. I mean, it's just, there's just so much stuff I don't like dealing with. If you just had someone who would manage that and be like, "Oh, here, we need to do a check-in on this every week and see where we're at," I would love that. Which is what most CEOs do. Uh, but you have to have a bigger company for that. Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out is I really need to get the runner, the thing that runs the script, which is here. And I need to know which script we're going to run. So when we run events, where's our event engine? There it is. How do we do it in here? Runner.run. These super, they like get, it's weird, they get runners in a different way. Oh, they do like a freaking lookup for this. So they create a lookup of the runners. These are all the ones that are currently actively running. Okay. See how else they do it in here. Check and run collision script. Okay. Yeah. Run event. Oh, okay, wait a minute. If I have a target, which is a map character, we can get a list of runners. How does this do this? Check all events. So it must be able to run it from the map character then. Runner.map character. Target. They're so inefficient with this. You should just be able to find out from the map character what you're supposed to run. This is not my code. This is the Smile Game Builder code. Come on. Script runner. No. I want to see if they have like a runner in here or something. Nope. They don't have anything in here that could tell us. So the map character doesn't have the runner information. They do have the event though. That might have information. ROM event. Common ROM. That has the ID of the script, but that's not right either. All right, I'm not sure. I think my mental capacity has gone down. I got so many raids, I just kept going, but I wasn't really fully connected. I might actually spend some time outside of streaming to just get this working, so by the next stream I can show it working, or I'll do a little video clip on the Discords. I can't make it a quick connection between these two though. I'm not sure how their stupid thing. Well, like, how do they get the runner here? Runner list. Well, I could. Okay, hold on. Screw this. I'm doing this. Screw this. To the boo this. Let's make this work. So we're gonna do. I can do this. I can make it happen. I'm gonna do it crappy, but I'm gonna make it happen. So yeah, screw it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. So then if the game map object data is not null, then we're going to need to get the map character, I think. We need to get the map character. What do we want to get? We want to get the data. So let's go back to this stupid thing here. We're going to return something. I know I'm almost there. I'm so on the verge of figuring out how I want to make this work. So we're in check all sheets. Check all sheets. These are the things that are the conditions of what's going to run. This is all their nonsense here. And when we specify a sheet, we get data from it, map character information, sheet information, pages, sheet list, runner. So then we set up the runner, which has a matched trigger. So what we're assuming is the only thing we're trying to run on are the events that have been found. So we need to figure out if we can match. So we got a script. We got to see if we can match the script to the thing that's running, I think. Script does not equal null. So this is the script that actually runs. Don't care about that. Move script, behavior script, don't care about that. Sheet.move type. Do we have an association of the sheet? Character, game object, colliders, don't care about that. Don't care about any of that stuff. Okay. So I could use this sheet. What do I use here? I could use the script ID. Would that be acceptable? Because what I'm trying to do is get the object and then trigger the script. So I need to be able to get the map character matched. The way they do this is a little bit backwards. They do like a weird. They'll loop over everything in their runner list, and then find the thing that like matches the event. But I'm trying to be specific about the thing that I trigger. Let me see, like check and talk. Oh yeah, I know how they did it. They made an association with their runnable nonsense here. So this is like this is Smile Game Builder. And they get all the things that can be talked to. And then they go through this list. And as they go through this list for every single one, they check to see if one of them exists on the map, which is kind of what I'm doing, but I'm not aligning it with things that can be interacted with because I'm doing it backwards. So they are using the map character though, which is interesting. And they're matching the map character to as a key. Looked for docs on what? This is like a whole like there's no documentation on this. No, there's not gonna be anything here. This is like the Smile Game Builder engine. It's how they do their thing. And I'm trying to inject a way for me to do my thing inside of their thing. So I think what I want to do is in here return the map character. I think that's what I want to do. And then I also got to fix why is there like I have to return. So we want to return map here. This is again there. Oops. And then we'll do a map character. This will give me the map character back. And then map character equals. I don't like the shorthand here, but I'll name it. Gotta fix some of my conventions. How do I get access to the SGB override manager? I forget that. There's an instance, maybe. Load map game object. What was the data I wanted to get from here? What did I give it? Map game object. So it would be this guy. Now we have the map character, and as long as it's not null. Runner equals new script runner. No, I don't want to do that because it should already be there. Instead, we're going to loop. This is not the efficient. I'm going to have to somehow reverse this or do some kind of caching, but I'm just desperate to make this work. Like making the connection between what I did on one side versus the other is what I'm trying to accomplish. So we're going to loop through the whole list because screw it. And then we're going to check to see if the trigger equals whatever trigger I passed in, which was trigger. And the runner.map character equals our map character. So in theory, this will be pretty unique. In practice, this is YOLO time, friends. It's YOLO o'clock. Oh yeah, YOLO o'clock. Sure. This is like a Saturday. I don't even see if this is on Saturday streaming. Y'all rated me too much. Probably looking at the wrong, going off of MakerBase as. Oh, haha, MakerBase SGB was something I made. I made MakerBase. That's really funny to me. Know why they don't play poker in the jungle? Too many cheetahs. So when my first experience in working on Smile Game Builder. I started that because I just wanted to do it. AI gave me bad answers. No, you don't say. I know. Um, so my first experience in game development was I tried Smile Game Builder. It's not because I couldn't learn Unity, but like I didn't have the energy or mental capacity to learn all the ins and outs. I needed like a gateway something that was like, oh, I could just drop things on the map and play around with it, right? I knew I could program, but I didn't want to have to learn all the ins and outs of programming in like Unity, which is a lot more complicated. And in the process, I got really frustrated that it wasn't very nice to use or reusable. Now, I would have been shocked if that worked because I realized just after the fact, I didn't actually trigger the events. I did a lot of work. I didn't trigger the code that would trigger the event. So then I was like, well, let me make a utility that can have reusable code in it. So I made, but Smile Game Builder is not very GitHub repo able. It's hard to GitHub it, so to speak. Okay, so we're not going to remove it now. We're going to get rid of this entirely. And that. And we're going to remain that. Okay, so then we're going to call game main current map engine. That's a good one. Trigger map object action. And then we'll do trigger dots. All right, this is it. Don't get scared now. Maybe it'll work. Probably it'll break. I did a lot of coding and not a lot of testing. So I would be shocked to a high degree if it worked. I would be shocked if the character did her attack and it didn't break outright. If there aren't like error messages. I would expect I'm going to do this and like all the characters are going to disappear off the map. Whenever there's a bug in the processing, whatever renders the object stops working and everything just disappears, which is amazing. It's I mean, that's how you know you done messed up because just like all the characters and objects on the map just go away. Ah, so it's broken. Got it. At least it's an obvious error. All right, let's do this. What do you think? Any predictions? Chat predicts. Boom. Okay, that's amazing. The it it worked. I am so excited right now. You don't understand. This is like it. Okay, let me illustrate for you why this is amazing. Um, what is it called? Hold on, no. I can't believe it worked. It worked. I think it's light post. It fucking worked. Sorry for the swearing. I just I just can't believe it. I can't believe it worked. I just can't. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna have fun with the light post, right? So what we'll do is you're gonna whack it, and what it'll do is play motion. So we're gonna say walk player, and we'll make the player walk. Where is it? Up, down, left, right, random, escape. So escape is gonna be like away from. We're gonna speed the character up, the player up. I'm pretty sure the player walks at normal speed, but they might walk at slow actually. So we'll make them faster, and we're gonna set the motion to. Oh, I can't remember what it's called. Character, Pyra. Motion. I think there's like a knockback motion. There it is. So they'll play. She'll play a knockback motion for 2 paces, and then I think it's like knockout maybe. No, it's die. No, it's KO. I think it's KO. There we go. KO. 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 Oh wait, I gotta play the motion. Daylight, come on, me won't go. Hey, I can't believe it worked. I can't believe it worked. What? Why they're Smile Game Builder? Well, this isn't Smile Game Builder. This is Unity, but because one of the developers of RPG Maker back in the day went and made Smile Game Builder. There's some similarities, so to speak. K O K O. We'll add a weight of like 1, and then we will. Actually, I need to make the player fix their direction. They're going to say whatever direction they're currently facing, and then we're going to do. Is there a pickup in here? No, but I'm pretty sure it's just called pickup. Add weight 0.75. So the reason I'm doing this is because I just want to see if I can make a series of events happen, a series of unfortunate events, as you might say. Reset after play. I do need to lock the character, so I'm going to say lock player control so that they can't actually do anything. And I don't really care. I'm not going to reset there. Let's find out. I own this and didn't even know it. You own Smile Game Builder? Did you just buy it in some like random thing? I'm freaking chuffed about this. I love the word chuffed because that's how I feel right now. I am chuffed. Let's see if we can break this. Maybe that's not. You see that? I just wrote that script. Do you see that? It works. Oh my God. That's amazing. I just am so happy. I'm so happy. So I can even do, let's see, what I could do is like, it's going to be a little out of sync because of the way the attack works. I got to figure out how I'm going to sync things up better. But I could do like play effect animation. Actually, I should probably have put that in the other side. I'm so excited. Jacob is going to cream his pants about this. He's going to be so excited. He's going to be like, what? This works? No way. Let's see. What is it? What do we do? Like hit? Weak hit. Do I wait for completion? No. We'll just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I think doing that will work. It may not. Let me see. Because of the way I create this, it might not actually refresh. So let me just see if I can like quit and start it again. Current target should be the right one. Unless the coordinates are wrong. Try it again. Using Unity at one point, have the exported Unity, which means this would have gotten a very long time ago. I mean, you know, it has some value, but even their newest version, RPG developer Bakin, I would argue isn't. Why could these ones not triggering though? Aren't they the? Oh, because they're signposts, they're not light posts. Okay, so it's not coordinate. It's not finding the coordinate. Probably the object it's trying to find isn't positioned properly. So it's not finding it. That's okay. I'm still really excited that works. Because we had the so it's like, we had the thing where she's going on a rampage, just breaking everything, and now it'd be kind of neat to give a punishment if she hits something and it fails, although we'd have to go add it to everything. So that'd be kind of annoying. I don't really have like a universal default way to do it. It'd be kind of cool if I could set that up, but that's a little bit beyond the scope of what I'm trying to do right now. Oh, man, Jacob is going to be so freaking excited by this. Oh my god, I am so excited. You won't even get to see it until tomorrow. This is amazing. Oh my god. Okay. All right, I got to wrap up. I've been way too late on this. But thanks y'all for hanging out. Thanks, Dickie Discord for chatting for so long. Let's go find someone to raid. Raido. We could do, let's see, is stuff mic only? Probably. Make game. He doesn't look like he's mic only. And I don't see any other. There's mercenary mage going. What's stuff working on? Turtle's playing Splooty. All right, let's go see stuff. It doesn't say mic only, so I'm gonna take that at face value. Got in 2019. Nice. Yeah, I got in 2020. Here you go. Stuff creates. Y'all, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming in with the raid. Thanks for supporting me in my effort to do something I've been dreaming of doing in this stupid engine for ages. And somehow I made it through despite all the distractions. Thanks, Dickie, for hanging out again. I will be back on Saturday, I think. Yes, Saturday night. Killboy, thanks for hanging out for so long. Well, I guess I don't know. Now I'm gonna just expand the capability. I'm so excited. It's so good. All right, I should go. Y'all have a great night, and I'll see you next time.